With just one caveat, or series of caveats. There's a request from staff to move resolutions 2019-295, 297, and 298 to the full board tonight from the Administration and Finance Committee. If there's no objection, we'll consider that as the agenda. Is there any from Admin and Finance? 295, 97, and 98. Seeing no further discussion with the agenda with those additions, all those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, abstentions, the agenda carries. I would entertain a motion for the approval of the minutes of July 17th.
So moved.
It's been moved. Is there a second?
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion on the minutes? Seeing none.
Nope.
Oh, I'm sorry, Commissioner Forney.
Yes, I don't think it's that big a deal, but when we adjourned, I was not present. There were a couple other people that weren't. So.
We can accept those correction by consent, and if the secretary can go back and just look at the attendance logs at the time of adjournment. Seeing no further discussion on the minutes, all those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, abstentions, the minutes carry. Reports of officers, Superintendent Bangora.
Thank you, President Bourne, Commissioners, and welcome everybody. We'll begin with athletics, aquatics, and ice arenas. 1,165 youth have taken swimming lessons this summer at our aquatics facilities, with 560 of those receiving scholarships, and that's a 48% scholarship rate, which is really exciting. Fall registration has begun for adult sports, softball, kickball, tennis, soccer, and indoor volleyball. So get your team together and register now for our youth sports season. Youth football practices have begun. If you're interested in playing, contact your local recreation center. So full swing for fall sports. Golf. Intercity Youth Clinic was held at Theodore Worth on August 6th through the First Tee program. First Tee has given lessons to 425 juniors so far this season, and 200 adult group lessons have been held. Recreation centers and programs. 42 middle school aged young women attended the first Triple Threat Girls Basketball Clinic at Falwell Park from July 30th through August 1st. High school staff and former college players put the girls through high-intensity training, drills, and games. Wednesday, July 31st, the Northeast-Southeast soccer season wrapped up with 284 participants in 2019. A great turnout. Beltrami Park hosted a new Nature Nuts environmental program where youth were able to learn about reptiles and other animals. I'm so impressed this little child here gripping that snake. It's very impressive. Youth development. Team Teamworks end of season picnic and awards day is August 15th at Columbia Park from 9 a.m. to 2 o'clock p.m. The day is for youth to celebrate completing the program, recognize their hard work, enjoy the park, enjoy each other's company, and to participate in fun activities and games. Lunch starts around noon and is put together with donations from Team Teamworks and other MPRB staff, and it's pretty amazing. Awards are presented at 1 o'clock p.m. So if you have an opportunity to make it there, I'm sure they would love to see you. Planning, Minnehaha Creek Master Plan. To gather additional input on Minnehaha Creek from youth and potentially introduce new users to Minnehaha Creek, the Minnehaha Parkway Regional Trail Master Plan project team has developed some Minnehaha Creek mini outings. The mini outings consist of an exploration of a part of Minnehaha Parkway Regional Trail, either by biking or hiking, lunch, and a discussion about the experience and the future proposed changes in the preferred concept designs. The youth who are participating in these mini outings are coming from Central Tyrone Guzman and the Parks for All Youth Design Team and a few MPRB programs, Teen Teamworks and Youthline. Logan Park celebrates a new wading pool and improvements. On Thursday, August 15th, please join neighbors and friends for a brief program, summer refreshments, and ribbon cutting to celebrate Logan Park's new wading pool and other improvements. Note that at 5:30 p.m. there will be a brief program and ribbon cutting and at 6 o'clock p.m. an ice cream social and summer refreshments. At dusk there will be movies in the park, and the movie being Captain America, can't go wrong with that one, will be shown. The address for Logan Park is 690 13th Avenue Northeast in Minneapolis. The new improvements along with the waiting pool include a new pump house, a mechanical room, and a walkway between the parking lot and the pool entrance. In addition, the Logan Park Neighborhood Association provided fundings for 2 new benches and play features. We hope that the community and everybody can make it to celebrate Logan Park's new improvements. Forestry. Water levels at Minnehaha Creek have lowered. Forestry crews will soon begin clearing fallen trees that are obstructing the kayakers. Environmental management. Native plant discoveries. The Environmental Management Division or Department is happy to announce the recent discovery of 2 beneficial native lake plants in Minneapolis lakes. Bladderwort, interesting name, a plant that indicates high water quality, was discovered at Worth Lake for the first time in recorded history by the Wetland Health and Evaluation Program MUXDAR survey team on July 17th. Slender naiad, I hope I'm saying that right, a plant species that is extremely beneficial for fish and waterfowl habitat, was detected by the NPRB staff member during a routine survey at Lake Nokomis on July 22nd. The presence of beneficial native plants or native plant species like these is critical to the overall ecological health of our lakes. And that's just wonderful news. And kind of the geek in me, I find that pretty exciting when it comes to that stuff. So, so let's see here. I think if you look down, this is a piece of the slender naiad from Lake Nokomis laying on top of the slender naiad drawing in the Lake Plant Guidebook, photo by NPRB, watercraft inspector Jake Hasty, and then a piece of the bladderwort from Worth Lake. The blue arrow is pointing to one of the plant's bladders. Photo courtesy of Ann Journey, WHEP MUXDARS. And then maintenance and operations. We hired 10 new park keepers starting on August, starting on August 5th, 5 south and 3 regional and 2 north. Pools are open. 90% of our pools are open this year, which is really incredible. I think that's probably the most we've ever had. And so that's just great work by our operations and maintenance. So thank you for that. 90% of our pools are open. Trades. Boom Island and Franklin Steel has been repaired. And equipment. The new green mower is now being utilized, and it's called a remote-controlled new mower assists with tough-to-mow areas and increases safety when mowing on hillsides. And this particular mower is actually used as clean diesel. So pretty exciting to see that happening, and it does really benefit from a safety perspective. A lot of our staff that are mowing on really steep hills. With that, I believe I am all set. So thank you very much, President Board and Commissioners.
Thank you, Superintendent. Are there any questions of the Superintendent or his executive team? Commissioner Meyer.
Can you tell us more about what clean diesel means?
Thank you.
I will defer to Assistant Superintendent Jimmy Merrick.
Assistant Superintendent.
The 3 of us. President Boyer and Commissioner Meyer. I'll do my best to explain it. Dale Walker, of course, is our guru, and I believe he shared previously that the clean diesel means that the engine burns the fuel at such a rate that the emissions are lower, and then also in terms of idling, there's something with the engine that is different in its idle, that the emissions during idle are lower than normal. So I can get more specifics on the nuances of it and share that with you. But I do believe it has to do with the idling and then the way it burns the diesel. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Meyer. Commissioner Forney.
Thank you. I appreciate hearing about the trees in the creek being removed, and I'm wondering if we can have an update eventually about around the lakes, what's happening with the paths and everything at National Night Out. A lot of people were asking about that, and Let's hope the rain subside. Thank you.
Absolutely, we can get more information on that, thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you, Commissioner Forney. Vice President Hassan.
Do you know when the Franklin Still pool will be open again?
I'm going to again defer.
Assistant Superintendent Barrick.
President Boring, Commissioner, Vice President Hassan, to my knowledge, it is open now. So it had been down all summer. There's been a series with that spray feature. It breaks frequently. Parts for it are hard to source, and then oftentimes once we fix one thing, another thing fails. So as we've worked through the pool failures of this season, that was one of the outstanding ones. It was repaired last week, up and running at the beginning of this week.
I was there 2 nights ago. Was it like just recent or?
Yeah, it should have been up and running. And I believe that pool is also, it doesn't run continuous. I think you have to activate it.
Okay.
So if someone's not there to activate the spray feature, then it's not running, but as soon as you activate it.
Is there where we can put a sign next to so people know? Because I've been there a couple of times. My family lives there. My sibling, they tried to use it, but it wasn't working for all summer, as you said.
Okay.
Is there where you can put a sign next to says
Yep.
how to activate so they know?
Yep, I'll
All
look
right.
into that too.
Thank
Yep.
you.
Thank you, Assistant Superintendent. Thank you, Vice President Hassan. Moving on, I would entertain a motion for the consent agenda items 2019-284 through 288. It's been moved. Is there a second?
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Any discussion? Commissioner Severson.
I'd like to pull Resolution 2019-284 for some clarification.
2019-284 has been pulled. Is there any other discussion on the consent agenda? Seeing none, I'd just like to add under 2019-288 our mid-year financial status report. I'd like to, I'm ready to pass this tonight, but it might be helpful, Superintendent, if sometime before the end of August, if we can have a short study report, and if you're agreeable to it, Chair Vita, just to give folks an idea of where we're at mid-year in the budget, because there are a few things that were under budget, and a couple things that were close. It might be good to just give the entire board a quick update on that. Seeing no further discussion, seeing no further discussion on the consent agenda minus 284, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, abstentions, the consent agenda carries. 2019-284. Commissioner Severson, you have some questions?
Yeah, I received an email from Dan about this, and I'm just wondering, is this where we're working on Falwell Park, but the bids came in too high for light improvements or new light installations? And if this is for the football field or this is for the new field south of the parking lot, I think it's baseball diamond number 3.
President Warren, Chair Severson. So this, this contract before you tonight is for playground equipment only.
Mm-hmm.
So this would be for removing and replacing that equipment that exists right now in those existing play containers and putting new accessible surfacing in.
Was the resolution pulled, or was the lighting pulled out of this resolution because of that contract coming too high?
No, this was always just playground.
Okay.
The bid itself that we had out had a lighting and some other components in it. And the low bidder failed to comply with civil rights requirements. So we're rejecting all bids, and we'll have to rebid the construction part of Falwell project.
That project, okay. So I guess my question, how far back would this get pushed?
This would, instead of starting this fall, the earliest that we would probably be able to start would be in the spring,
Okay,
most likely.
all right, thank you.
The playground will continue, though.
Yeah.
We should be able to get that done this fall.
All right, I understand, thank you.
Yep.
Thank you, Mr. Swenson. Is there any other discussion on the resolution? Seeing none, all those in favor of 284 signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, abstentions, 284 carries. Chair Vita.
On behalf of the Administration and Finance Committee, I would like to move Resolution 2019-209.
I'm sorry, Chair Vita, we have a public hearing on 209,
right.
so if you would like to move 252.
252, okay.
And we'll wait and talk to the public hearing for 209.
You got it. I'd like to move Resolution 2019-252, a resolution approving an amended and a restated lease agreement with the Fred Wells Tennis and Education Center for leased land within the Upper Post of Fort Snelling.
252 has been moved. Is there a second?
Second.
252 has been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion on 2019-252? Commissioner Forney.
No real discussion, just a huge thank you. Once again, it's a significant amount of money that we are being raised for us for our facilities, and it's greatly appreciated.
Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner Forney. Commissioner Severson.
Thank you. I'd be remiss if I didn't mention that I hope we work on partnering with Northside Parks and Schools, as I did not see any in that we have partnered with Fred Wells Tennis Center. So in the future, it'd be lovely if we can work on including kids from the North Side in this process moving forward.
Thank you, Commissioner Severson. Seeing no further discussion, I'll just add I want to thank Assistant Superintendent Schroeder for going through, for starting the process of going through a number of our leases with partner organizations and starting to track down the commitments that we make to serve the community, and making sure that we are the community is able to leverage those partnerships as effectively as possible, and we're not leaving some of those resources on the table. Assistant Superintendent Schroeder and Superintendent Bangora, maybe we can work offline to, I know you said you'd be ready more towards the end of this year to provide a study report on a little bit more of those opportunities that we have in the system. So I just wanted to, again, thank staff for going through and doing a lot. We have so many of these partnerships. So seeing no further discussion, I would ask the Secretary to please take a roll on 2019-252.
Commissioner Cogill.
Aye.
Commissioner Severson.
Aye.
Commissioner Meyer.
Aye.
Commissioner Vita.
Aye.
Commissioner French.
Aye.
Commissioner Forney.
Aye.
Vice President Dasan.
Aye.
President Bourne.
Aye.
You have 8 ayes, 1 absent.
The motion carries. Moving into unfinished business, we have a report item on, discussion item on single-use plastic recommendations and actions for events. Deputy Superintendent.
Thank you, President Bourne. Commissioners, I bring before you tonight some material that we provided as a result of an action that you took on July 17th, which directed staff to prepare a list of actions and recommendations for this meeting that would allow the MPRB to ban single-use plastics in events in the Minneapolis park system by April 1st, 2020. Just as a refresher, I talked a little bit about this on the 17th, but this work actually sits as maybe a next step of previous work that had been done within the organization. In April of 2009, the board approved a sustainability report, and that report laid out a series of actions to propel the organization toward being more sustainable. One of those action steps was Events Go Green. And within that action step, we created a team from individuals across the organization, and they began by piloting sustainability practices with like 8 to 10 special events within the organization. That eventually led to a concept of certified green events. So it wasn't a requirement, but it was strongly encouraged. And events using this program could promote themselves as green events. And it covered a wide range of topics, everything from waste to transportation, et cetera. We also, at the time, updated our use and events procedures, and I pulled out the specific aspect of our existing use and event procedures related to garbage, trash, and recycling cleanup. That is gets the closest to this actual item that we have tonight. You can see, I'm not going to read this because it's a lot of text, but you can see if you scan through that there isn't actually anything in here that deals specifically with single-use plastic. It's primarily looking at the waste stream, it's encouraging recycling, it's establishing a greener event, but doesn't actually get to the point of banning any particular type of material. Just as a refresher, I have some co-collaborators on this, Shane Stencil in Permits and Use, Tom Godfrey in our community outreach and events. And just as a reminder there, Shane does all of the events that get permitted in our system, and Tom does the large-scale events that we provide. So that's the difference there. Sean Hockett, he's one of our park operation managers for the north side, and then Lyndon Weisweirda. I think I'm almost getting that right, from asset management. We first started by contemplating, and we offer this up, you can choose differently than what we have, but just to give you a sense of what we were thinking as unacceptable and acceptable when it comes to single-use plastics. So the unacceptable really was anything relating to cutlery, plastics, food dishes, straws, stir sticks, lids, those types of items. And then identifying those things that would be acceptable, which would be essentially the compostable version of pretty much all of those, as well as recognizing that beverages do come in cans and other types of items that could be more recycled than single-use plastic. We also took some time to really focus our thoughts on what type of events we're talking about, and wanted to distinguish between those things that are the product of the actual event versus those things that people bring into the event. So this doesn't really get to the waste stream that's created by the person who buys a cup of coffee and then comes and is a spectator at the event, but it does address those things that would be created within the event, and we were really looking at those large-scale events. So this isn't at this point addressing, say, recreation center events. This is really looking at the large-scale events within the system for the recommendations we have. A few barriers that we know of based on our experience is that one of them is the availability of water sources. So if we want individuals to be able to put on an event and we don't actually have somewhere where they can turn on water to tap into, that means they have to carry their water in or they have to work to get access, say, from a fire hydrant. That leads us to Tap Minneapolis, which you might have seen it. It's usually a series, maybe a PVC pipe or metal, where you have multiple taps and they attach it to a fire hydrant. That has become very popular, Tap Minneapolis, where it initially started as free, encouraging people to use it. It can now be, the entry price is $475 to use one at an event. And you can imagine that that means somebody else who wants to donate bottled water starts to become a very inviting alternative to an event provider. So that's kind of, and then the availability is popular, so it's hard to actually get the ones that are available. Another barrier would be staffing to actually monitor it, so maybe looking at our ambassador program to be able to go out and check on site to make sure that there's compliance. If people are using reusable water jugs, the health department has a say on that, and they want to make sure that those are properly sanitized. And then there is the food and vendors who come into events that are regulated actually by the city in terms of the products that they can use. So the question becomes of whether you would put additional regulations on those. So the solutions we have, one is probably the biggest expense and would likely be put in over time and would actually be beneficial not just to events but all park users. So if we can envision at some point having a water source, a drinking fountain with a tap on it, say every mile of the Grand Rounds, that would be a huge benefit not only to events needing to hook into something, but it would also be a big benefit to the 20-some million visits that we get to the parks on an annual basis. We also would love the idea of creating our own tap, an MPRB tap system, maybe multiple that we could use for our events, but that we could also rent out to folks doing events, so we wouldn't be as reliant on the city's taps for those. Perhaps increase funding for our ambassador program so that it could be out monitoring, regulating. One solution would be for us to say, hey, if you are a food truck or a vendor who's part of an event in our system, to ban the use of single-use plastics in that food truck or the bottles within that food truck. And then the last item on there is actually working collaboratively with the city to say, hey, wouldn't it be great if we actually had a process where as a food truck got licensed, that in that particular case, they also wouldn't be able to use single-use plastics in as part of their licensure. Timeline considerations. So a few of the considerations that the team had is one, the impact on currently booked events. And then the second one is we know that some of our big events contract with vendors to provide a lot of the resources that they use for their events. So needing to think through kind of that supply chain. So what we would recommend in terms of a timeline is between now and April 1st, education and awareness building. That starting on April 1st of 2020, the ban would go into effect so that anything that was permitted April 21st or beyond, not something that was already permitted, but as they were permitted from April 1st and beyond, that they would have to be single-use plastic free, and that we would take a role in helping identify and creating a vendor list for those big events that we knew would be acceptable to help them in their pursuit. Anticipated costs for our non-MPRB events, so the ones that Shane does, the ones that happen in our system that others put on. With that timeline that we recommended, we don't expect losing any events or any loss in revenue. For MPRB hosted events, there are really three that currently would have potentially an impact: Juneteenth, Red, White, and Boom, and the Minneapolis Bike Tour. We expect the impact would be less than $5,000 to be able to convert to other means if they aren't currently using them. And I'm close. I'm at 5:29. So I'll leave these discussion and next steps with you, and then I'll come back after open time. But discussion, ideas, direction we'd want from you is: are we focusing on the right products? Are you wanting a ban or some other type of restriction? Your reactions to some of the ideas that we've put forward to help facilitate this, and then the timeline that we have put forward. Our next steps is, depending on the direction we get, we would come to you in either 1 or 2 cycles to the Admin Finance Committee with an actual resolution, and then we would move that through to full board, and then we would develop the materials to start implementing.
Thank you, Deputy Superintendent. I need an open time list really fast. So we will take a break for open time. It's 5:30. While the Deputy Superintendent is getting me a list of speakers, I will just remind folks of the guidelines that we have for open time. Every one of our meetings, we take public comment, and we call that our open time. It's our opportunity to hear directly from community members on issues that are important to you, that you'd like to see the board give some attention to. There's a couple of things that we do not that the board doesn't debate with community members during open time, so we will listen. If you have a very particular question, I may refer you to one of our executive team, and so you may be able to get your question answered tonight. There's just 2 topics that we don't hear from folks at the microphone here, and that's anything involving pending litigation or personnel matters. If you'd like the board to hear your opinion on any of those, we'd love to hear it. But the most appropriate way to do that is to directly get in touch with commissioners. All of our contact information is on our website, along with the superintendent and the executive team. That said, I have 1 speaker signed up for open time. So I will allocate up to 3 minutes. So for 3 minutes, we have Constance Pepin. Constance, if you
not
would
even
state,
5.
if
Hi.
you would state your name and your address for the public record.
Constance
and
Pepin,
welcome.
thank you for letting me be here. I want to talk a little bit about the planning process that is going on right now for Southwest Parks and some of the things that I'm concerned about with it. The first is the lack of protection for trees. I'm aware from going to a couple of the meetings that staff has decided somehow that a certain number of sports fields should be distributed equally or in some fashion around the park system. But they haven't decided that trees should be protected, that mature, healthy, non-ash trees should be spared. And it's really troubling because what happens is you've got a situation where all these plans are coming at people and they're seeing the trees being planned to be taken down. So they come to the meetings and they speak up and say, like for example, Muller Park, about 24 people, well maybe 15 people showed up at a meeting, a CAC meeting, and said we want to save the trees, let's come up with another plan for the basketball court. So that happened, and then it turned out that later it got changed again. So these people who showed up and gave input don't know really that this got changed again and that these trees are once again at risk. So it just seems like a really unfair situation that that people have to keep showing up and begging you to save the trees. Why not have a guiding principle for tree protection like you have guiding principles for other things like waste management, some of the things that the deputy superintendent talked about. I really beg you to protect the trees. You know probably that millions of trees are dying because of climate change and we're losing hundreds of thousands of ash trees. And trees are not surviving as well as they did in the past because of climate change and the extreme weather events. So please stop taking trees down and start, and I'm really happy you're planting a lot of trees, but please stop taking down healthy trees and build that into your planning process. You can tell staff, we're going to save trees. A second thing I want to talk about is what I call the politicization of the planning process. And I hope you all received my email that I sent out with the mall as an example. Right now, the way it worked, if I understand correctly, is that consultants brought forward two design concepts for each of the parks in the system. And then the public was invited to come and look at those and kind of say what they liked and didn't like. And then a final concept was put forward, or a refined concept was put forward to the public. Well, what's happening is that in the CAC meetings, last-minute changes are being made that do not reflect the community engagement that happened before that. It might just be one person on the CAC who says, I want to restore the idea to put a mountain biking training thing over in Lindale Farmstead, or I want to restore the full basketball court in Muller Park that will take down all those 5 healthy trees that people are fighting for. So what I said in my memo to you is that these last-minute changes represent an egregious effort to politicize MPRB's planning process and to allow changes that were not even considered at the earlier meetings when the public weighed in on the design concepts. So I really think this throws into question the whole integrity of the community engagement process. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Pepin. That is my last and only speaker signed up for open time tonight. Deputy Superintendent, we can go back to the single-use plastics conversation.
Thank you, President, Board, Commissioners. I do not have any additional slides, so if there's anything you'd want me to go back to and touch on more, I certainly can. But at this point, if that's not the case, I really would just love to hear from you in terms of where you're at so we can craft a good resolution for one of our next meetings.
Thank you, Deputy Superintendent. I'll open it up to commissioners for questions or feedback to the Deputy Superintendent. Commissioner Meyer, followed by Severson.
Thank you. I attended the first Upper Harbor Terminal CAC for the parks a couple weeks ago and saw the new compostable materials that we're using there. So I was glad to see that we're already making progress in that direction. Can you go back to the slide where you asked the questions that you wanted to ask us? It's not showing on our screen. So I'm happy with the direction that we're going on, and I think single-use plastics are the right ones to focus on because of their longevity and their failure to decompose. I like the idea of adding more water access, and would love to see that in the budget, specifically as an item to allow for more drinking fountains in the areas where they're being used most and could have the biggest impact on reducing trash. I'm wondering with some of the expenses that we have, for example, greater enforcement with our ambassadors, if perhaps that could be incorporated into the license costs to account for that approximately $5,000 that you estimated. Was that $5,000 just in reduced sales or greater enforcement, or what did that come from?
President Bourne, Commissioner Meyer, sorry, my mic. There we go. The $5,000 is the cost of providing water. If we don't, so a donor might say, hey, here's a bunch of single-use plastic bottles. And we would instead say, thank you, but no thank you. And we'd have to go out and use, say, the Minneapolis tap, or be able to bring in larger kind of water jugs that would be like a Culligan-style water jug that would be reusable. So it's our hard cost related to providing water if we don't get a donation that would be in a non-single-use plastic form.
Okay. And so was that, remind me, that was just for the MPRB events, that wasn't for the licensed outside ones?
Correct. President Bourne, Commissioner Myers, just for our events. So that would be our hard cost. And that would be kind of the highest extreme. Like, for example, Minneapolis TAP is graciously donating almost $2,700 worth of the Minneapolis TAP for the bike tour. Thank you to them for doing that. But if we had to buy that ourselves, that would be, for an example, a hard cost.
Okay. And then my last question, in your report and in the previous sustainability report, they talked about the 1-to-1 ratio for garbage to recycling. Where does composting fit in that now? Because I know for our events we offer composting. Are we requiring composting for our licensed event?
President Bourne, Commissioner Meyer, I actually don't know the question or the answer to that question. I know we offer it, but I don't think we require it at this point. So I would have to follow up on that.
Yeah, as we're moving towards compostable cups and dishware and such, I think that would be a good thing to add as a requirement. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Meyer. Commissioner Severson?
Thank you, Chair. This is, I'm really excited about this. I'm really interested in I didn't know Minneapolis TAP was charging $475. That's a lot of money, particularly for the community that I serve. So I would be extremely interested in having our plumbers design something up and having something for the park board to use, and also to rent out, hopefully at a cheaper cost than $475. Have we looked at what the city of Duluth is doing in this area?
President Bourne, Commissioner Severson, I haven't. I'd love to hear more.
I just most recently took a visit there this spring, and it's been on my to-do list for that long to look up some of their policies around what they're doing. One thing I know for sure is they're using they're not using single-use straws anymore, which is a great thing to see. It took me a little bit of getting used to the paper straw, but I just preferred no straw at all. But I love the direction that they're going, and if we can look at some of their policies and see what's effective, I think that we should maybe copy a few of them or try to use what may be working for them folks.
Wonderful, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Severson. Commissioner Forney, followed by French.
Oh, thank you. I too am excited about this. Thank you for the quick turnaround on that report. What I'm hearing is that really to make this effective, we really should be working collaboratively with the city. I understand we have a new intergovernmental Relations Administrator. And that, to me, I think would be an obvious thing. And I love your suggestion, Jennifer, of, as they permit, to require, whatever, looking at a far more comprehensive, plan. The straws, I so agree with you, Commissioner Severson. Anyway, anything to get rid of our straws. But unless we can do it, hand in hand with the city, it just loses its effect so much. And I guess this water thing is fascinating to me. So we're charged $400, or at the lowest, $475. And as you indicated, they're donating for the bike $2,700. Okay, that's pretty. And so I get so confused then. When and where are we getting charged this $1 million for our water bill? It's just, whatever, there's just something that just keeps on. It doesn't compute. I guess that's the only way I could say it. And, this seems to be linked into it so much. So I don't know, I feel like maybe we almost need a presentation about what water are we getting charged for, where and when and stuff. Because I know one of the things that I've been advocating is to have a water fountain, kind of like we have a park every, 6 blocks. Every mile, some sort of overarching that we can continue to advocate for. And this just seems to feed so much into it. But if it's going to increase our water bill, whatever, it's just this whole circular, thing that isn't making any sense. And I would agree with Commissioner Meyer that I think we need to always require composting wherever we can. I'm always looking for that bin, and rarely can I find it, not just here, but elsewhere. And people are, shall we say, their habits are changing, and that they are looking for it. I'm not the only one, I know that. So I think that we need to make sure that that's accommodated. I think those are my only comments. Otherwise, very exciting, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Forney, Commissioner French.
I guess my concerns were for our smaller vendors, and would this be cost prohibitive for some of these guys? And are we looking at that? Are we trying to figure out how this would work on a smaller level? I know some of the larger vendors can eat the cost, but what about the smaller businesses?
President Bourne, Commissioner French. In this particular case, the primary area would likely be with food trucks. If a food truck wasn't able to meet the criteria. Now, many of the food trucks have already gone to compostable, culinary, and dishes. What is likely to be an issue would be if they are making a significant profit off of, say, water bottles, that they would be selling water as well. So that might be a deciding factor in terms of whether or not they want to be a vendor at one of our events, is if they want to be able to sell something out of a water bottle. I don't know the full answer yet, but that is something we would have an eye to as well, to make sure we're not creating something that was disproportionate to a smaller vendor versus a large vendor.
Is there a way for us to figure out if a vendor decides not to participate in an event, that's the reason? Is it possible to ask a question of why you don't want to participate?
President Bourne, Commissioner French, I think that would look like so for our events, we'd be able to ask the vendor directly and be able to say, hey, was this a factor, and tell us more about it. We'd have to partner with our permit holders to find out if they are running into the same situation. And I'm guessing we could craft a pretty easy survey to be able to send it out to even the food truck companies across the city at a couple of times across during the year, and saying, hey, have you experienced any restriction to being able to enter an event because of the single-use plastic? And that actually might be the best way for us to do it, because they would also all be licensed, and we could probably access that database.
I'd be curious to find out.
Yeah. Sorry, I had to kind of think that one as I went.
Thank you, Jennifer.
Yeah.
Thank you, Commissioner French, Commissioner Cogill, followed by Vita.
Thank you, President Bourne. I'm very excited about this. Thank you for the rundown of all these considerations. It's very helpful to see. I am very supportive of focusing on the single-use plastics, and along those lines, an idea that I'd like maybe for staff to think about is whether or not we could either encourage or require in our contracting some signage or some sort of educational component about what's going on here, just notifying that this is a single-use plastics-free event. That shouldn't be something that I think the park board would have to incur a cost, rather something that would be required of the vendor, especially for these larger events. I think that would be a helpful part of this work. Regarding this question of sanitation of water jugs, I'm a bit confused by that. I mean, Culligan water jugs are used all over the place. Is there an actual law that the health department has regarding public use of water jugs?
President Bourne, Commissioner Kogel, that is specific to a situation where we putting on the event might use like the big Gatorade containers and things like that, where we're taking water out of the tap and putting them into some type of a dispenser. It has nothing to do with if we're getting something from Culligan or another, national or local provider.
Right.
Their scenario is all set. It's at any point we decide to refill a container that has already been emptied.
That there's a requirement of cleaning it, or
There is a concern around,
those?
there'd be a concern around sanitation. Would that container in some way have been contaminated in the process of emptying it and refilling it?
Okay. And is that a health code regulation, or is that just a general concern staff has about you reusing those kinds of, like, is that an actual law barrier?
Yeah, President Bourne, Commissioner Kogel, I would want to make sure I reference whether it's a health code issue or a concern. At this point, I believe it's a concern from the health department, and they'd be asking us to look at that very closely. I would want to stop short of saying it's a health code violation until I confirmed it.
Okay, great. I would be curious to know that, because I would figure that of all the most efficient ways to get over the barrier of being able to bring in a bunch of cases of bottled water using reusable water jugs would probably be up there in the list. So it would be great to be able to have that as an option. I share Commissioner French's concern about impacts to smaller vendors, and I think that that's definitely a consideration. Would love to hear, should this go through, what kinds of impacts there might be on people being able to come into the park and sell their wares in a way that works for their business. Otherwise, I don't think I have any other questions. I do very much support the idea of having a ban, and I think that's a critical component of this work. Thanks.
Thank you, Commissioner Kogel. Commissioner Vitak.
Thank you, President Bourne. I think you have a lot of excitement here. I'm super excited about this also. I like the timeline. I think it's a good timeline. I share some of Commissioner Severson's concerns about the fee. I had no idea it was that much either. I mean, that's a lot of money. I would be interested in knowing a little bit more details about Minneapolis Tap. I would like a presentation on where they sold this equipment or rented this equipment, if it was effective, if people actually used it. I hear a lot of people that still don't drink tap water, that just drink bottled water. So I like the idea of us starting our own tap program, but I think we would need to launch a full-on campaign explaining to people why we're starting a program, encouraging people to use the tap water, to bring their own bottles. Just a full-on education campaign would help a lot. If we just added this equipment to parks or to events, I'm not sure that people would understand, and we may prevent businesses from providing these materials like bottled water, but then people will just show up with their own bottled water if they know that there's going to be food trucks, which is not going to help us at all. We'll still have water bottles. So I would like to see us talk through a full-on campaign and also looking at our own tap program. What else did I have? The cost. Yes, I would like a presentation from Minneapolis Tap. I want to see where they rented this equipment, if people were using it, how much, was it really effective throughout the city, hopefully. I think that's it for me. And I support a full-on ban. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Vital. I'll just add a couple of points. I love the idea of building acquiring our own tap hookups. I think we have this. They're not that complicated. I think we have the skill in-house in our plumbing shop to build those, and we could rent them at half the cost to our vendors and still pay still make money back on that pretty quick and remove some barriers to rental. And I agree with Commissioner Vital. I think a public education campaign around why we're encouraging it, and Minneapolis has some of the cleanest tap water in the entire nation, and the city of Minneapolis has been doing it, and that's part of what Tap Minneapolis came out of, is a campaign through the city to really educate people about how great our tap water is and the incredible public investment that we put in that, and we should be joining on that. One of the other single-use plastics that we didn't talk about that I've actually had from a constituent recently bring up is balloons at events. And I'm wondering, when I start thinking of like archways for races and those kind of things, like there are inflatable archways where we wouldn't have to use disposable balloons when they're launched into the air. They land across the city, and they pose dangers for wildlife. And it seems like there's not a whole lot of benefit that I can articulate, and an environmental risk that we have some control over. So as we're bringing this forward, I'd like to see balloons included in that, and that's a very easy thing to communicate to vendors, and hey, you don't have to spend money on balloons anymore because we won't let you have them. And then are you looking, in order to implement this in April of 2020, will you be bringing forward a set of recommendations based on this feedback and some other feedback, and then looking for a recommended resolution? Or do you have the guidance that you need to just implement this at a staff level based on the conversations that we've had so far?
President Bourne, Commissioners, the goal would be to bring back a resolution. Based on the feedback that I've received today, I think we would bring that resolution back as early as the 21st.
Okay.
Because it doesn't seem like you've added things in that are that different than what we're already recommending. I'd have to confirm with the team that they feel comfortable with that. But if not on the 21st, it would be the first week of September. And that would come to the Admin Finance Committee. And then if approved at Admin Finance, then it would go on to the regular committee. So I think what we'd be looking at is by the end of September, having clear direction from the board on a ban with a timeline. And then from there, we'd be developing the awareness materials and the next steps and any budget asks. I will note that I believe what we would be recommending at this point would be something that would likely be budget neutral, except for potentially the additional costs within the community outreach area for the events, if they didn't receive sponsors or if they weren't able to access a non-single-use plastic. The items that we identified as possible solutions would all be things that would make it easier for the vendors. And so we'll likely bring forward some additional ideas or some additional budget asks to help make it easier for the permit holders and the vendors, because we think that'll go a long way to compliance and overall support for the work.
Thank you, Deputy Superintendent. And I just want to thank your entire project team for coming together so fast on this and being able to give a pretty comprehensive presentation on something that we do have the ability to implement. And I'm very happy to see that. Thank you, Deputy Superintendent. Moving on to, the time is 5:55. We have a time certain public hearing in the Planning Committee, so at 6 o'clock. So I'm going to recess the board to go to planning, with just the reminder that we also have a time certain public hearing at the full board at 6:30. So.
Good. I'd like to call the Planning Committee together, and will the Secretary please call the roll?
Commissioner Severson.
Present.
Commissioner Meyer.
Present.
Commissioner Vita.
Present.
Vice Chair Cogill.
Present.
Chair Forney.
Here.
You have a quorum.
Thank you. I'll take an approval of the minutes from Wednesday, July 17th, 2019.
Do you do the agenda first?
Right, I'm sorry. While we're on it, anyway.
I move to approve the agenda.
The agenda, okay. Any discussion on that? I would like to move to amend the agenda to raise from the table Resolution 2019-283. All those in favor of the amendment, please signify by saying aye.
Commissioner,
I'm
for,
confused.
Which is 283.
What's happening? We don't have to.
I'm asking for ayes on the amendment.
I think you may have discussion.
Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't say it. I'm seeing everybody staring at me.
Thank you, Commissioner Forney. I'm not on the committee, but I think the question your committee members may have is, what is 2019-283?
This is resolution approving the discharge and slate of a community advisory committee for Parks for All, the Minneapolis Park and Recreation Board 2021 comprehensive plan.
Okay. Again, Chair Forney, I'm not on the committee. I would speak against the motion and encourage my colleagues on the planning committee. I think staff still needs a little bit of time based on the feedback that we had provided, and we haven't seen, we'd asked for some very specific things around potential for stipends. There were some pretty big holes in the types of community members that we were looking for representation on the committee, and I don't know if that has been revised, so I would be a little concerned about bringing that forward prior to that, but I'm not on this committee.
Thank you. And to answer your question, staff is prepared to address those. Okay. So all those in favor of the amendment, like I say, staff is prepared to address the concerns that were raised at the last meeting, and I haven't heard any indication of changing that up, so everybody's staring. All those in favor of the amending the agenda, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed?
No.
Okay. There are only two votes, to one I heard, so.
Commissioner, I don't know if you.
Okay. We're asking for a motion to amend the agenda.
For
Raising the resolution from last meeting.
which resolution, I'm saying?
It's about the comprehensive plan. There were some questions, and staff is prepared to address those questions. Okay.
I'll be aye.
Okay, so I'm hearing three. Okay, all right. So it sounds like that's moved. So then now I will take a motion to approve the agenda. We already have that. So all those in favor of the amended agenda, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Okay, so on then to the approval of the minutes from Wednesday, July 17th. There were several, excuse me. I'll take a motion to move.
So moved.
Okay, thank you. All right, discussion on it? Anybody have any discussions? Okay, I do. There were several corrections, and from an understanding from Secretary Gringle that I can't even speak to exactly, but anyway, the way that our recording system would not allow some things to be altered. So that was one of the things. Also, another thing was the fact that as far as it wasn't a unanimous approval, and so just to clarify who was the aye and who were the nays. So what we're going to do is we are going to table the, do I table it? No. Thank you.
Chair Forney, per your bringing to my attention, I do notice that there are several issues with how action 2019-283 was reflected in the minutes. So I would like the opportunity to bring it back to you for approval at the next meeting.
Okay, so then I would then pull it from the
Yeah.
agenda. Okay, so we are pulling then the approval of the minutes from the agenda. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions?
No.
Aye.
Okay. All right, so considering all of that logistics and everything, we do have a public hearing. This is regarding the Above the Falls Regional Park Master Plan public hearing. I just wanted everybody to be aware of that because we do have another public hearing. This one is about the Above the Falls Regional Park Plan. So we will first take a presentation from Kate Lamers regarding it. Thank you, Kate.
Thank you, Commissioner. So I will go through a very brief presentation tonight on the
Microphone.
Above
It's
the
not
Falls.
on, Kate.
What?
It's not on.
No, I think it's on.
It is now?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I'll go through a very brief presentation on the Above the Falls Regional Park Master Plan tonight. This presentation will cover a little bit more of kind of the community engagement and how we arrived at this master plan as opposed to covering the content of the plan, which was the subject of the last presentation. So the Above the Falls plan has followed a little bit of an unusual trajectory for a master plan in that it was there was quite a bit of planning that was done back in 2011 to 2013, and then planning paused so that the Park Board, the city, and other partners could work particularly on the Upper Harbor Terminal area. Then the plan was updated in 2019. And then after the 2019 work to update the plan that was basically done in 2013, there was another 45-day comment period. And so I'll go through a little bit of each of these planning stages. So, and just to ground everybody, the Above the Falls area is basically from the Plymouth Avenue Bridge up to generally the Camden Bridge area, almost the northern border of the city, but it reaches up to the North Mississippi Regional Park at the north end. So as you can see by the map, this is a really important project for the Park Board since it is critical as far as finishing out the riverfront restoration and providing continuous green space and park access to several neighborhoods in north and northeast that right now don't have the same access to parks and water as other areas of the city. So back in 2011 to 2012, the River First initiative, which was kind of a reset to refocus the city and reorient attention towards finishing the job of restoring the riverfront and making the riverfront kind of the central spine of that north and northeast area of the city. This project, while not exactly a master planning project like our regional park master plans, was the basis for a lot of the Above the Falls Regional Park engagement that followed. So the River First project was done between 2011 to 2012 and had a considerable amount of engagement. Most of that area is in the Above the Falls Regional Park area, and the master planning process that followed in 2012 to 2013 built on a lot of the themes and the engagement that happened in River First. That 2013 process was taken just shy of a public hearing with the board at that time. It was taken through a 45-day public comment period, but there were unresolved issues around the Upper Harbor Terminal and a park boundary there. And so that plan could not be finished until there was a boundary that both the city and the park board could agree on. So in 2015, with the closing of the lock, the city and the park board began the Upper Harbor Terminal development planning process. This process in itself had several stages. First, with engagement to bring a developer on board, a master developer for the process. Then there was some concept planning with the developer in 2017, a draft concept released in 2018, and engagement done around the draft concept. And then the draft concept was approved by the city in March of 2019. And with that approval, it moves this project, the Upper Harbor Terminal in particular, into the next stage of planning, where the park board will be focusing on developing a concept plan and first phase of improvements for the park. And there was engagement done specifically for the Upper Harbor Terminal that I've summarized below here. So, and then while the Above the Falls plan has paused, the master plan, some of the individual projects within the plan have moved forward. And so these projects have had their own engagement, specifically around development. And most of that engagement, we have certainly determined that people are eager to see park and green space improvements along the river in northern North Minneapolis. And it affirms the general vision and goals that were set in the Above the Falls planning. Oops. So the process for tabulating public comment is fairly typical for our master plans, which is where we get so many comments that we try to organize to make sure that we read each of the commenters' responses. We put them into a spreadsheet, group them into themes, and then each theme is assigned a category based on kind of the impact to the master plan. And the basic impacts are low impact, which means that we can modify the plan without significantly changing it. Everything from kind of rephrasing to better stating goals or correcting us on history or typos and things fall into that category. Moderate impact would require significant change to the plan. There are two for this, which I'll go over right at the end. But we provide amendments to the board so that you can choose if you want to make these moderate impacts to the plan. High impacts fundamentally change the plan. And so if staff were recommending high impacts, we would feel that we needed to go and do more engagement. We wouldn't be here at this point. And then we certainly get a certain amount of comments that support the plan and don't result in any changes. So one high impact theme that I want to acknowledge is that there is a lot of concern around the Upper Harbor Terminal Park boundary. As you can see, basically the park space at the Upper Harbor Terminal, which is 48 acres total, the park space is about 19.5 acres. Particularly the two concerns that are we've heard most about the park space here is both the amount of parkland, with the majority of people who are concerned with this boundary wanting more, and also the fact that there is some private development, and so as the red arrows show, private development that is between the parkway and the river. While the green space stays continuous on the river and there is the trail and pedestrian access on the river, the parkway and the vehicular traffic is routed right now behind this private development, and that has been a concern for a fair amount of people. So back to the moderate impact theme. Oh, I should probably say also with the Upper Harbor Terminal that addressing anything with the park boundary here would have to be a collaborative process with the city, and this is not something that the park board can address by ourselves. So the moderate impact themes that could potentially change the plan, as you've noticed in your packet, are basically one, to add language about kind of allowing cultural institutions within the Above the Falls plan. And you'll see that it's not particularly specific, but it does kind of open the door to other uses. And then also we did receive a comment about adding a dog park to the Graco Park. That would be a moderate impact, and so that would be a different amendment should you choose to take it, to add that language, and that would inform the upcoming process for planning Graco Park. That concludes my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Kate. So I have 6 people who are on the list to speak for this evening. I am going to therefore allow 3 minutes for each one to speak. And I'll cue you up so you can be ready. Mary McGuire is the first person, and then Alexis Penny. If you'd like to come forward, give your name and your address, please welcome.
Chair Forney and Commissioners, my name is Mary Jamin McGuire, and I have copies of a letter I'd like to distribute. How should I do that?
Robin is right behind you. Excuse me, Dawn is.
I'm speaking on behalf of the Above the Falls Community Advisory Committee, and there will be 2 other speakers as well. The Above the Falls Community Advisory Committee is an organization made up of representatives from neighborhoods, businesses, and environmental organizations. Since 2000, AFCAC's mission has been to provide an inclusive public process that will guide and proactively support the implementation of the Above the Falls plan. We appreciate the opportunity to comment and address recent proposed updates to the Above the Falls Regional Park Master Plan. We urge you to amend the proposed plan boundary, which would privatize public land and reduce regional parkland boundaries at the Upper Harbor Terminal. We're very concerned that in the rest of the city, the parkway separates private land from public land, and to deviate at this point is a serious concern. Also, the proposed Above the Falls Master Plan regional boundary reduces public parkland from the 28 acres proposed by the Park Board in 2013 to 19.5 acres, which is a 30% reduction in Riverfront Park for private development, and we find that unacceptable. Public parkland and regional parkland boundaries must be preserved for the health and benefit of community residents, including North and Northeast residents experiencing economic, health, and environmental disparities. It's important that we ensure that redevelopment will provide equitable benefits to North and Northeast community members, rather than allowing private interests to take the lead and reap the majority of the benefits on publicly owned property. Rather than private development, we urge you to expand park and public space flanking both sides of Dowling Avenue to more visibly connect North Minneapolis to the river. The redevelopment of the city-owned site can better connect residents with the Mississippi River and be a model of community investment and wealth building. We also oppose allowing cultural institutions to be within the park boundary. We urge you to consider the addition of cultural institutions next to the park, but again, any building within the park boundary reduces the benefit of the park for the residents and citizens of Minneapolis. Thank you.
Thank you, Mary. Alexis is next, and then Susan Viskey.
Good evening, Chair Forney, Commissioners. Alexis Penny, 2430 Logan Avenue North, Northside resident, also a member of AFCAC as well, so I'm here to speak on behalf of the Above the Falls Community Advisory Committee. Thank you so much to Kate Lammers for giving the brief presentation. Really good job of just highlighting the process and engagement, as well as the concerns that have been shared throughout the process. Mary did a very nice job of highlighting AFCAC, what we represent, even the concerns that I'm going to bring today about the parkway location. I think Kate has already mentioned it, but I just want to go ahead and just deeply highlight what the issue is, because everywhere else, basically in the city of Minneapolis, our parkway system, the parkway runs along our waterways, our rivers, and our lakes, and so that brings access to everyone and ensures that we have kind of a way to make sure that we're getting to the riverfront and to our waterways, and that's just something that I think the commissioners prior to the ones that are sitting here believed in deeply, and they hold as values, and I think that a lot of people here share those values. Lastly, what I want to do is just go ahead and urge the board to work in conjunction with the city to revise the Above the Falls Regional Park Master Plan to make it so that parkway is located to the east of development or in front of development adjacent to our riverfront. That's, as I already stated, that's just what we've been doing for the longest time. To defer from that is just unacceptable, as Mary said. I'm not sure if we actually did talk about the cultural institutions, but I appreciate her bringing that to our attention. Dog park in Graco Park is an interesting concept. Since I got a new dog recently, my sister did, and I'd like to see more dog parks. I think someone had mentioned to me maybe having a dog park at the Logan Trailhead would be a good idea, something that's kind of world class. I recently went to the Minnehaha Falls and brought my dog there so that they could swim in the water and play with other dogs, obviously, and it was just a lot of fun. So these are definitely some great ideas. I don't need to really belabor any more of your guys' time. I just want to say thank you so much for your consideration, and if you guys are definitely interested in moving forward on revising the Above the Falls Master Plan, that would be fantastic, because I think a lot of folks regarding AFCAC and a lot of folks that are just community members in general and people that want to have access to the riverfront would truly appreciate your guys' vision to ensure that that happens. Okay, thank you.
Oh, thank you, Alexis. So Susan is next, and after Susan is Keith Olstead, I think.
I'm a little shorter here. Good evening. Susan Vixie, 2344 River Point Circle, and I'm also speaking on behalf of AFCAC. One thing that you'll note in our letters is that throughout the Upper Harbor Terminal process, the development team has ignored the Mississippi River Corridor Critical Area rules. And as background, and as you know, the Mississippi River Corridor Critical Area is a joint state, regional, and local program which coordinates planning and management for the 72-mile stretch of the river through the 7-county area. The Mississippi National River and Recreation Area, which shares the same boundary as the critical area, was added to the national park system, making our critical area national park. In Minnesota now, since 2016, we have state rules in place to protect this area. There are several districts or zones within the 72-mile critical area, and as Kate pointed out, the Above the Falls area is what is now called the urban mix zone. The rules for the urban mix zone allow for a maximum structure height of 62 feet and a minimum structure location of 50 feet from the river, providing that the structures are tiered away from the river. Lower structural heights must be closer to the river, and structure design and placement must minimize interference with the public river corridor views. Unfortunately, the current Upper Harbor Development Plan shows buildings surrounding the Performing Arts Center that loom over the river are in conflict with the critical area rules. And we also note that on Kate's map, that north of Dowling Avenue is the most narrow site, and yet the current plan calls for tall private development. We recommend these buildings be moved to the southern portion where they can be moved further back from the river and tiered appropriately. Again, we feel strongly that it's imperative that the 65-foot maximum height be adhered to for all development on this site in the critical area. So we urge the Park Board to work with the city to assure that the Above the Falls Master Plan follows the critical area rules in the development of the Upper Harbor Terminal. Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you, Susan. Keith, and then after Keith will be Constant Pepin. Don?
My name is Keith Olstead. I'm at 120 Valley View Place in Minneapolis, and I'm president of the Audubon chapter of Minneapolis. Our Audubon chapter is deeply committed to conserving and protecting habitat for both resident and migratory birds, but also with increasing our care for birds and their environment. The diversity of birds in the city is an indicator of the health of our local environment. When thousands upon thousands of migratory birds die in our city, we are not only cruelly failing to maintain a hospitable environment for birds, but we are rudely disrespecting and rendering useless the efforts of myriad people both north and south of us who work to protect and conserve migratory birds and other living beings. Our Audubon chapter has been supportive of the development of the Upper Mississippi Overlook, both to provide access to the river and to expand opportunities for education about the river's ecology and especially its wildlife. However, we expect an overlook in the Mississippi Flyway to be safe for birds. We believe that extending the Flyway overlook into birds' fly space and placing a lit beacon in the overlook are a serious mistake. Instead of drawing attention to the overlook, the beacon, as designed, will draw attention to the tragic lack of foresight and understanding of its proponents. To whatever degree a beacon draws attention of area residents, you can be sure that it will even more effectively draw attention of migratory birds. It will attract birds, confuse them, and in far too many cases lead to their totally unnecessary death. The beacon is not likely to draw many people to the overlook in the first place. If the Park and Recreation Board wants to draw people to the river, then other methods would be far more effective and lasting than any beacon would be. For example, create trail connections as planned, provide signage, and develop relationships with residents to learn what interests them. When interacting with residents, you can plan and publicize activities that will bring the community to the overlook, a much more effective use of funds than building a passive beacon would ever be. To be clear, any light, pole, or structure that juts up into the flight space of birds should not be built. Lighting should be used only to illuminate trails and stairways and should always be directed downward and should be switched off whenever people are not in the area or during spring and fall migrations. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Keith. Constance Pepin, and after that, we have Representative Phyllis Kahn. She's here.
Hello, Constance Pepin. I'm speaking tonight for the Friends of Roberts Bird Sanctuary. Roberts is on the southern end of the chain of lakes important bird area, and we see many migrants in the sanctuary who travel along the Mississippi River. In fact, you may know that over 40% of North American birds use the Mississippi Flyway. But bird populations are declining for many reasons, including climate change, habitat loss, and collisions with buildings and other structures. Please require that any overlook on parkland on the Mississippi River be safe for birds, and specifically eliminate the beacon on the design of the 26th Avenue overlook. The river is beautiful and wonderful in its natural state. The park board, the city, the Met Council don't need to spend large amounts of money on bold or extravagant features in order to draw people to the river, because people are naturally drawn to the river, just as they are drawn to the lakes. All animals, including humans, are naturally drawn to these waters. So if you do choose to spend precious taxpayer dollars and donations on extravagant features, then you waste the money, and worse, you harm the river. You harm the millions of birds who use the Mississippi Flyway twice a year during their incredible journeys and dangerous journeys. You harm the trees and vegetation that belong there. You crowd out wildlife, and you harm people because they don't see the river. They just see what humankind wanted to do to the river and on the river in ignorance of the river's natural appeal and beauty and ecology. As population density increases in our city and region, it becomes even more critical that we maintain and protect and even expand areas that support wildlife, especially the Mississippi Flyway. This issue is not just aesthetic or recreational or environmental. It's all of those, but it's also a moral issue. As humankind causes climate change and habitat loss, as we drive wildlife out of their homes toward extinction, will we accept responsibility and begin to take steps to protect wildlife and coexist with other animals instead of killing them with our recreational activities? Will we start to align our activities to be respectful of nature and all living beings? Please say yes. One step you can take tonight is to send the design of the 26th Avenue North overlook back to the drawing board. Tell the designers you care about migrating birds and other wildlife, and that the overlook cannot include a beacon or light or other feature that extends into the fly space or threatens birds. Please take this simple action for birds and humans and our environment. Thank you.
Thank you, Constance. And next, Representative Khan.
Corrected and always say former representative. But anyway, and I do feel a lot of responsibility for this area, as I was as a member of the legislature and on various committees like LCCMR, the Legacy Committee, and State Government Finance Committee, was responsible for a lot of the funding that went into the acquisition of the land along the Mississippi. So the first thing I did is I come to totally support the stands of Keith Olstead and Constance Pepin, and I have been the author, though I don't know if anything specifically hit this issue, of lots of probably almost all the parts in state statute that protect migratory birds, like requiring lights off in migratory bird season, requiring bird-proof, not bird-attractive glass in state-funded buildings, which is the thing that I wish that every city would adopt a similar ordinance. In fact, it should even be for city permitted buildings. And so, again, I think we have to not look at the kinds of things that we think are attractive in a center city, but the kinds of things which are really important in parks. And then one other slightly separate issue, which was reinforced as I walked into the park board building, was I think the park system, and obviously it's needed for certain activities, has devoted much too much space to cut lawns And I think we need to have much more attention paid to the planting of pollinators. And I'm sure you're probably maintenance people, take out a lot of the early, to campaign against the early pollinators like creeping Charlie and dandelions and so forth. And I think just looking into the Minneapolis, you walk in and the first thing you do is you walk on a path that has cut grass on either sides of it. There's no reason why that could not be devoted to pollinator plants. So thank you for listening, and I really just came to support the two previous speakers. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Khan, and also thank you for your amazing support of our park system through all your years in the legislature. With that, I am going to close then the public hearing, and I am then also going to recess the planning committee because we do have another public hearing, if that's okay. Or Kate, did you want to say something?
Yes, Chair Forney, if I could just quickly address the board.
Oh, okay. Yes, we got a couple minutes.
Yep, so for the Above the Falls public hearing, listening to the comments and some of the other concerns that we've been listening to over the past few months, staff would like to recommend that the board do not take action on the Above the Falls plan tonight. We believe that we would like to have some more time to work with the city more, particularly on the Upper Harbor Terminal boundary, and we would like to return to the board not later than the first meeting in October, likely before. Thank you.
Thank you, Kate. I forgot that we were postponing the action, so we will recess the planning committee. All those in favor?
You don't need to.
I don't need a motion.
You don't need to.
No, thank you.
Thank you, Chair Forney. I'm reconvening the regular meeting of August 7th to go into, we have a time-certain public hearing on Resolution 2019-202, which is a first reading of the resolution approving an amendment to Chapter 9, Article 10 of the Park and Recreation Board Code of Ordinances to rename various Calhoun Boulevards to Bidet-McCoska Boulevards. Before I ask Chair Vita to move that, I'll open up the public hearing as soon as the deputy provides me a list of speakers. Yes. Why don't we go ahead and do the presentation, and then I'll open up the public hearing after.
President Bourne, Commissioners, I have a brief presentation this evening that summarizes the 45-day public comment period on this ordinance change. As we know, there was an ordinance that had a first reading some time ago with a consideration to rename certain park roads. For those that are in the public and for the cameras to my right, I just want to state my name is Adam Arvidsson. I'm the Director of Strategic Planning, and the Strategic Planning Department worked to tabulate the public comment during that comment period. And so I just want to go through some of that so we have context for the public hearing to follow. So the public comment period was open from May 16th to July 1st. And during that public comment period, we received 741 individual responses. Most of those responses came to the online survey that was set up to do that, but we did also receive some emails and some contacts via other means. Planning staff classified each of these comments by their sentiment, so generally opposed or support, and also then by theme within that sentiment. There were two documents that were attached to the board action that you have in front of you and were available online. The theme summary goes through those different themes and says how many comments fell into those themes as their primary sort of thought process. The comment log itself contains all of the unedited public comments that came in along with what theme that they were put into. This is basically a way that you can all check our work. So as I mentioned, there were 741 individual responses received. Of those, 423, or about 57%, were in favor of the renaming to the Bidet-McCoska. 258, or 35%, were opposed to the renaming, and 60, or 8%, were uncommitted. And I wanted to note that these uncommitted responses either offered suggestions for perhaps different names or may have expressed concerns about the process or about financial hardship without specifically opposing the name change. Of those that were in favor of the renaming, those that had a general support, so essentially a yes, change the name with no other supporting documentation, numbered 180. Those that supported this for historical reasons, a variety of historical reasons, including that this is a way to respect Indigenous history on the site, were 166. Moral and ethical reasons, that this is the right thing to do, basically were 31. And then there were 11 respondents that wanted the names of the roads to be consistent with the lake name. Obviously, there were responses kind of in this vein in all of the different support, opposed, and uncommitted. But these 11 here specifically referenced Bidé-Makaska and said that the roads should also take that same lake name. Of those 258 that were opposed to the renaming, there was general opposition of 64. Again, the general opposition is that sort of, please don't change the name. For financial reasons, both because this would be a burden to residents themselves due to the address change requirements, but also as a burden to taxpayers for infrastructure changes, were often referenced. There were 48 responses in that category. Inconvenience and confusion, including the concern that Bidé-Makaska is difficult to pronounce. There were 41 of those. Historical reasons, and these fell into a couple of different themes, sub-themes, I guess, but both because the naming attempts to rewrite history and people were opposed to that, or because respondents were simply indifferent to history and didn't understand what the big deal was and see no reason for the change. And these are kind of paraphrased quotes there. There were 23 of those. 35 responses opposed the name change for procedural reasons. The most common of those was that that the park board was not following its own naming procedures by doing this. So that's where we were. That's a basic summary of the public comments we received during the 45-day comment period, and I turn it back over to you, President Bourne.
Thank you, Mr. Arvidsson. I'm going to open up the public hearing on the Parkway renaming. I have 13 people signed up to speak. I'm going to allocate everyone up to 2 minutes. Secretary Ringgold will provide you time. When you come forward, we ask you that you state your name and, if you're comfortable, your address for the public record. You'll have a microphone in front of you and 3 lights that look just like a stoplight: red, yellow, or green, yellow, red. And there's also a clock over my shoulder. So my first speaker is Joanne Dish. I'm not entirely sure how to pronounce that name, so you can correct me, Joanne, if you would state your name, and if you're comfortable, your address for the public record.
President Bourne, Commissioners, I'm really pleased to be here tonight for a couple of reasons, since I don't see my perspective represented there up on the slides. My name is Joanne Dish, and I live at 3131 East Calhoun Parkway. I speak in opposition to changing the names of the streets and actually to changing the name of the lake. As a nurse for more than 50 years and as a Minneapolis resident for more than 28, I agree that we have a serious problem. There are tremendous injustices to many groups in Minnesota. I'm appalled and ashamed. But with a few statistics, I think we can illuminate the problem that really exists. The median household income, some statistics, for American Indians is $37,000 a year. For blacks, about $38,000. For whites, $72,000. American Indians have a homeless rate that is 17% that of white Minnesotans. And high school graduation rates, education being something on which we in Minnesota greatly pride ourselves, are 86% for whites, 57% for African Americans, and 30% for Native Americans. So we do have a big problem, but changing the name of a lake and 4 streets is not going to solve it. The current approach is a politically correct, feel-good effort that will fail to achieve any meaningful change and will distract us from needed change and from spending the money, the effort, and the time on things that will really make a difference to populations that are struggling in our communities. Rather than changing names, we need schools that retain and educate students throughout the community, after-school programs to keep students off the streets, skills training so that younger and older people can get decent jobs, adequate housing, health care. Changing the name of a lake and 4 streets will not help these issues. I've been told that it's only a principle that we need to follow, that we need to honor the people. And if that's the case, I look forward to Washington Avenue and Monroe Street and Snelling and Randolph Station and Ramsey County being renamed.
Thank you, Ms. Dish. Our next speaker. Our next speaker is Rodrigue Latour. Rodrigue, are you here this evening? Our next speaker is Edwin Bell, followed by Mike Connolly. Edwin, are you here this evening? Edwin, welcome. If you would come forward, state your name, and if you're comfortable, your address for the public record. You have 2 minutes to address the board, and welcome.
Hi. Thank you for allowing me to speak. Edwin Bell, Lake Calhoun resident, graduate of North High, class of 1959. We're having our 60-year class reunion. I have some handouts, and what I'm concerned about is the process which the park board is going through. It seems that the park board should really provide leadership in healing, not division. My understanding, there's 2 surveys. One was a mailing out to residents, 4,200 so within a 3-block radius, which over 120 were sent to garage stalls. The city of Minneapolis has a procedure which would be the residents affected on the streets, which should be roughly, I've downloaded and included in that list, 287 households. That's just address divided by the number of residents, and that would go up to like 500-600 people. There was a petition signed previously about the renaming the lake, which included residents within the 3-block area of the 4,200 sent, and there were 183 signatures opposing the lake name change. I'm concerned about the transition. I've made a list of areas that are affected. I'm concerned about the inconsistency of the procedure of it. And I went to the National Night Out. I queried 20 residents within a block radius, and none of them understood or saw the mailing that was handed out. So I also included in there one particular illustration that we are involved in, 3716. May I conclude that, please?
Finish your thought.
Yeah. So we are on West Calhoun Parkway. So our garage is on Washburn. So we have 3716 West Calhoun Parkway with a plaque to distinguish 3716 Washburn. So there's confusion which will continue and hardship in that regard.
Thank you, Mr. Bell. Our next speaker is Mike Conley, followed by T.T. Alumade. Mike, are you here this evening? Mike, welcome. If you could state your name and if you're comfortable, your address for the public record, you have 2 minutes to address the board.
Sure. My name is Mike Conley. I live at 3201 East Calhoun Parkway. We're new residents to Minneapolis in the last year, so we're learning a lot about the city and how it works and how the parks function, etc. We were not in favor of the name change. From our perspective, this was chosen, I guess, as to make a statement to the community relative to what historical issues were associated with Mr. Calhoun. We don't think that that's appropriate relative to being applicable on a larger scale. So from that perspective, didn't think that it made sense. We also think that the money and time and effort that goes into it in the short time that we've been in Minneapolis, we're looking at the resource of the lake itself and the surrounding park, and the lake is the resource that drives everything that's happening around it. And the lake seems to be in great distress right now. Again, we're only there a year, so that's only our reference, but we really believe that the time and energy needs to go towards the resource and getting that back in shape so that everyone can enjoy it. It's been really difficult to watch for the last 4 or 5 weeks in the heart of summer, people not be able to use the beach, go in the water, children and grandchildren being turned away. So we're hoping that more focus can be spent on that, and again, need to educate ourselves more and respect all the time and energy that all you folks put into this process. So thank you for the time, and appreciate the opportunity to speak.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Connolly. Elumide, if you could help me with the pronunciation of your name. You have 2 minutes, and welcome.
Thank you. My name is Titi Olumide. I don't live in Minneapolis. I live in Rosemont. My address is 14205 DeKalb Avenue, Rosemont. But I came here because I heard about what is going on here. I'm a black woman who is not offended by the name Calhoun. I knew he stood up for slavery, and he made several terrible, unkind statements about black people or black race. I want to make it known that history is history. You cannot change history. We have gone several years without being bothered by the name Calhoun. Why now? Why do we have to change the name of the streets? Many of the great-great-grandparents were slave owners. Some of them were brutal, some were kind. Does that mean they are no longer great-grandparents? I support the name Calhoun rather than Bode Makaska. Number one, it's hard to pronounce. And what does it mean anyway? It means a white bank lake. The past is the past. We move forward and preserve history the way it is. And also, the financial burden that it passes on to the taxpayers is unfair. Like I said earlier, I support the name to remain the way it is. I oppose the name change. Please say no to the name change. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Laura Deshane. Laura, are you here this evening? Laura Deshane, followed by John Baretska. Laura, if you would state your name and if you're comfortable, your address for the public record. You have 2 minutes and welcome.
Hello, my name is Laura Deshane. I live on Humboldt Avenue in the East Isles district of Uptown, Minneapolis. I am here to speak in support of the name change. I apologize, I didn't have a lot of time to prepare. I think it's important to bring up history because of who Calhoun was. I, for one, am embarrassed that we have not only one of our most prominent city lakes, but also countless businesses and a number of streets and other things named after this monstrous human being. He is renowned for his advocacy of slavery, and that is a high bar of a lot of historical figures, to be honest. And so we have an opportunity, in my opinion, to be a part of history as it is forming, as we make it, to give the name something that we can be more proud of. I know it may seem small, and certainly it won't fix the issues of income inequality or other issues regarding racial inequality, but no one thing will. Addressing those issues is a million small steps in the right direction, and I believe that this is one of them. So thank you very much for your efforts to rename the lake to its original name and something that at least recognizes the history it has had and still carries with it. And your efforts to then change the name to something we can all be proud of as Minnesotans. It's something that makes me proud. Thank you.
Thank you, Laura. Our next speaker is John Baretska. John, if you would state your name and if you're comfortable, your address for the public record.
Sure, John Baretska, 3400 West Calhoun Parkway. I'd like to thank you for the ability to comment tonight, but really to what end? Up until 3 months ago, the citizens that would be directly affected by this would have had a voice, a vote. This has been changed by the park board. Our voice has been taken away, our vote's been taken away. I've heard on good authority that this decision's already been made and that these comments are perfunctory. Please prove me wrong. Please consider the cost and the time that would be required to make this name change of the Parkway. New driver's license, new passport, new TSA, new professional licenses, banking, insurance, 401k, water, electric, gas, credit cards, AAA, Christmas cards. Think of all the people that are affected, thousands of people, $12 to $2,000 in time and effort per person. And I ask that you consider the cost that you're imposing on the people that live along the lake. The intentions are good. I certainly understand the issues. And if you feel you must change the name, consider the fact that the lake name has not happened yet legally. It still may get changed by the legislature to something that's a better compromise. In changing this lake name, changing the name of the Parkway, you could consider other alternatives such as West Lake Parkway. Just take Calhoun out of it. It'd be a lot easier. How about West McCoska Parkway? White Earth Parkway. We'd be interested in all these different options, but to have to spell Bidet McCoska to every person that we need to change to describe our address to pronounce it is really a hardship. A name like Bereska is hard enough, and to put Bereska and Bidet McCoska together is really a hardship. I ask you to reconsider or consider these actions as you make your decision. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Lynette Davis, followed by Shoshana Mann. Lynette, are you here this evening? Lynette, if you would come forward, state your name, and if you're comfortable, your address for the public record. You have 2 minutes to address the board, and welcome.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I've been blessed with the ability to live within 2 blocks of the lake for the last over 20 years. Mine is a brief statement. You were all elected democratically to follow the will of the people. We had an established process that gave voice to every resident who would be directly affected by the name change. The Park Board willfully and disappointingly altered this fair and democratic process. I am vice chair on the West Calhoun Neighborhood Council, and we sent out a survey asking if the neighborhood would like to change their name. We sent it to every resident in our neighborhood that we had the address for. We only received about 58 responses. Half wanted to change it, half did not. At 56 responses, that's not enough to decide, but we did do it, we tried to do it democratically. We weren't dictated to. You were all elected to represent the people, and you can all be democratically unelected. I really feel like you've taken away our rights as citizens. Thanks.
Thank you, Lynette. Our next speaker is Shoshana Mann. Shoshana, if you would state your name and if you're comfortable, your address for the public record. You have 2 minutes to address the board, and welcome.
Sure. My name is Shoshana Mann. Thank you for having me today. I live on West Calhoun Boulevard, and I am speaking today in opposed to the name change. Something that I think has actually been overlooked. We've talked about that the name is difficult to pronounce. That's true. But one thing that personally affects me with this name is that it's very difficult to spell. I am somebody who, along with, there's a very large group of people that have a difficulty spelling this name. Me in particular, I struggle with dyslexia. I think a lot of people who have disabilities are going to have a hard time with this as well. I agree with the other comments that others have mentioned, so I don't need to go over that. But for me, I think, and for a lot of people that struggle with disabilities, life is kind of already hard enough. Now to, ask people to try and navigate to a address that maybe they can't even spell, or to send a letter to somebody that they care about and, bounces back and bounces back. I think that the difficulty that we're overlooking is something that we should think about. Additionally, I would just echo echo the comments primarily about the financial burden. I know that you guys have spent a lot of time on this. I appreciate that. But, you know, your time is valuable. And so we should be thinking about, is this valuable time meant to be spent on this, or should we be allocating those resources to things like education? I went to a public school in Minnesota. I was not educated about, I didn't even know who Calhoun was. So if we could allocate that financial resources to education, that'd be great.
Thank you, Shoshana. My next speaker is Chip Boretska. Chip, are you here?
I already spoke, thank you.
Okay. Okay, thank you. The next speaker I have is Arlene Freed. Arlene, if you would state your name and if you're comfortable, your address for the public record. You have 2 minutes to address the board, and welcome.
Hi, I think you all know me. Arlene Freed, 1109 Xerxes Avenue South. Commissioners, I am speaking, I do not live on Calhoun, but I am speaking against the resolution 2019-209, which would eliminate the long-standing name of Calhoun from our parkways, changing the names of Minneapolis roadways that have been in existence for a long time is costly to many Minneapolis residents and confusing to tourists and other individuals who visit Minneapolis. In attempting to correct a perceived problem, the name change will cause other problems for both Minneapolis residents and visitors. Therefore, I urge you to retain the name Calhoun.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Freed. My next speaker is Monica McKay. Monica, are you here this evening? Monica, if you would state your name and if you're comfortable, your address for the public record. You have 2 minutes to address the board, and welcome.
Thank you very much, President Board and Commissioners. My name is Monica McKay. I live at 3147 Fillmore Street Northeast. I have a note from a previous board meeting about this issue when a speaker said, "I will never feel the same way as a Native person walking along these parkways, but I feel their pain when they tell me about it." This is someone who understood the importance of listening, and I want to thank all of you on the board for the time that you have spent and continue to spend listening on this issue. As a white person who lives in this city, I feel it is critically important for me to listen. I've been to several of these meetings, and I've never wanted to come up here and speak because I think it's my place to shut up and listen. So this feels really weird. But in the listening that I've done, I've tried to imagine how it would feel to walk or drive on a street that was named for the architect of a policy of ethnically cleansing my people from their homes. A street that was named for someone who not only believed that people like him had the right to own people like me, but that ownership was for our benefit. Someone who believed that people like me were not equal to people like him and were not even fully human. How much would that hurt? I don't want to experience that. I don't want anyone else to experience that. We have people talking about inconvenience of changing the name of the parkways. We have people who have said maintaining the name Calhoun is not to honor that man, it's because we have an emotional attachment to that name. That means they're placing their likes and their preferences over other people's pain. And I hope you will disagree and weigh those things out differently and change the names. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Monica. Our next speaker is Sheldon Bolstead, or Bostel. Sheldon, are you here this evening? Sheldon, if you would come forward, state your name, and if you're comfortable, your address for the public record. You have 2 minutes to address the board, and welcome.
Thank you for this opportunity. If I knew it was going to be this formal, I would have dressed for the occasion. But I'm a 35-year resident of the city of Minneapolis and been enjoying all the city resources around the public lakes. I bike nearly 4,500 miles a year on the city bike paths. I'm concerned that the feel-good emphasis is in place on sexy or PC projects such as renaming the lake and streets at the expense of public safety and maintenance of our great resources. Considerable resources have been spent on a new park and a now proposed renaming of city streets on Bedema-Cosca. This money seems to be available when potholes that have been marked and remarked for the past 3 years on the said lake. In fact, a portion of the walking path is now closed as the walkway is falling into the lake. I mean, think about that. Lane markings and speed limit signs are not visible on the renamed lake. Every time I cycle the paths around Bedema-Cosca, I encounter scooters and rental bikes going the wrong way due to limited markings that are visible. E-bikers traveling in excess of 20 miles per hour due to markings that should have been done 2 to 3 years ago and a lack of enforcement. Let's view our public resources that all of you manage and I pay for through my taxes through a pragmatic lens and place a much higher priority on maintenance. Thank you.
Thank you, Phil. My next speaker is Bill Ulrich. Bill, are you here this evening? Bill, if you would state your name and if you're comfortable, your address for the public record, you have 2 minutes and welcome.
3409 Humboldt Avenue South. I don't want to make this brief, so I'm going to read. Yeah, I've lived around Lake Calhoun all my life, owned a house there for over 45 years. I walk around the lake once in the morning and again in the evening every day, and occasionally paddle my canoe there. Many people stop to talk with me about what is happening with the lake. Most prefer the name Calhoun, not a long, unaccustomed Bedema-Cosca. They would prefer to keep the signage as is, not to change their address. The pedestrian path has been closed at the west end for months, forcing people to use the bike path or other means. The pavilion has people angry. 75% believe it was an obvious torch job. They wonder, why is it taking so long to do something? What happened to the USS Minneapolis ship's bell that was mounted on the memorial mast? I was told after it disappeared that it was being cleaned and would be returned soon. That was years ago. Beat the minute. Thanks.
Thank you, Bill. I'm going to check and see, is Rodrigue Latour, did you make it in for the public hearing? I have Vice President, Minneapolis School Board Vice President Kim Caprini would like to speak. Vice President Caprini, if you would state your name and if you're comfortable, your address for the public record. You have 2 minutes and welcome.
Thank you, President Bourne and Commissioners. Kimberly Caprini. I'm a Northside resident. I am not here representing Minneapolis Public School Board. I do appreciate the acknowledgement, but I believe that there are so many people in this room that if they were asked the question, what is your great-great-great-grandfather's name? You could tell me. I could tell you what I was told, what my great-great-grandfather's name is. Sad thing is that it was changed when he got here. Let that sink in for a minute. It's painful that we can't even consider that the small little increments of change that is possible can change the trajectory of where we are right now in 2019 with the hatred that is happening across this country. And the money that is going to be spent on having to change addresses or learn to spell or pronounce, give me a break. I learned how to spell Mississippi in the 8th grade. There are 3rd graders that can spell it faster than I could have, but I learned to do it because I had to. What is the name of your great-great-great-grandfather? I can't tell you his real name because it was changed when he got here.
Thank you, Vice President Caprini. Is there anyone's name who signed up to speak tonight whose name I did not call, or is there anybody who has not who did not sign up that would like to address the board before I close the public hearing? Is there anyone else that would like to address the board on this topic? Is there anyone else who would like to address the board on this topic? Is there anyone else who would like to address the board on this topic? Seeing no one else, I will close the public hearing. And I will go to Chair Vita to move the resolution.
I would like to move resolution, on behalf of the Administration and Finance Committee, I would like to move resolution 2019-209, first reading of resolution approving an amendment to Chapter 9, Article X of the Minneapolis Park and Recreation Board Code of Ordinance to rename Calhoun Boulevard West, Calhoun Drive, East Lake Calhoun Parkway, and West Lake Calhoun Parkway to Bede-Macoska Boulevard West, Bede-Macoska Drive, East Bede-Macoska Parkway, and West Bede-Macoska Parkway, respectively.
2019 has been moved. Is there a, 209 has been moved. Is there a second?
Second.
That's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion on resolution 2019-209, the first reading? Is there any discussion? I see a couple of lights. I didn't see who made it first. I'll start with Commissioner Cogill.
Thank you, President Bourne. This is partially in my district, and I appreciate some of my constituents coming out this evening to address the board on this subject. And thanks to everybody who came out and who listened this evening. I just want to make a few comments based upon some of the things that I've heard this evening, and just again restate my own position on this. I think most of the things have been already said tonight, but what really resonated with me was the line, "A million small steps in the right direction." I've heard a variety of inconveniences, and I certainly hear those. I recognize that it is going to be something that is going to be a change for a lot of the folks who live along this parkway. But the fact is, this is a regional parkway. It is part of a large system, and it's the most visited regional park in our state. And for that reason, I think taking into account the voices of everybody in the city, everybody in my district, is important. And I have heard consistently from my constituents that values of equity, values of honoring the history of everybody in our community, that everybody matters, are critical for us. And that is something that I take into consideration and take very seriously when I'm evaluating something like this. I also think that the issue of education is one that I've really heard a lot of people say who are on both sides of this issue, and I think that's really important, that investing in education is just as important or more important than spending money on this. And I gotta say that I agree, but I'd also gotta say that I think there's been more education on this issue by having it in the press consistently than any other kind of investment would have gotten. We got a lot of free education out of this process. A lot of people know a lot more about the name, and I'll say even in the last year or so as we've had these discussions that the ability for folks to say Bede-Macoska has improved just in my general conversations. So the work is going well, and I'm really kind of glad that the press is continuing to cover this, because it helps us educate the community more about our rich, varied, and storied history that extends far beyond the time that white settlers came to this place. I finally just want to say that I've been very heartened to see that the communities around the lake have taken it upon themselves to really learn more and find out in a democratic way why and how, why folks feel a certain way about the name and how they feel about the name. Recently, I found that the East Calhoun Neighborhood Association did a full poll of their neighborhood, had a vote, and more than 60% of the neighborhood wanted to vote in favor of changing the name and removing the name Calhoun. So all of this is suffice to say that I think the growing of educating our community is something that's been happening. It was a concern of a few commissioners on this board about how do we do the educational piece of this, how do we get people to really listen and hear, and I think that I feel very confident right now that that has really happened, and I thank the community members local community members who have stepped up have continued to have these conversations on both sides of the issue so that we have continued to have that education continue. And the last thing I'll say is I'm happy to meet with anybody, especially any of my constituents who are still concerned about this, and have conversations going forward. And I urge my fellow commissioners to vote in favor of the resolution.
Thank you, Commissioner Cogill. I believe it was Commissioner French, followed by Forney.
I just want to start off by saying and acknowledge that we all walk on stolen ground that was stolen from First Nations peoples. I just want to get that out there. I moved to Minnesota about 21 years ago, and this is a term that I heard called Minnesota Nice. I really didn't get it, understand it at first, but Minnesota Nice says we don't want to change the name because we can't pronounce it. The real reason is when people have privilege, they don't have to change. They don't have to do things differently because they have the privilege of saying status quo, right? So instead of saying we don't care about the way that certain people in our community feel about this name, we'll tell you that it's going to be cost prohibitive for us to change the name of the streets or change the name of stationery or change the name of all this other stuff that's ancillary to the whole main ideal of what we're trying to do here. We got to come up with either better ideals of why we need to keep this name what it is right now, or we have to move on. In this country right now, we have people who have decided to take up arms because they don't like a certain group of people. That's got to end. And it starts with little bitty decisions and little bitty choices that communities make like this. By paying homage to the people who were there before us. By saying we care. We care about the history of your people and your relatives that were here before us. We are all family. We are all neighbors. We have to figure out how to get along with each other. And if we really want to hold that Minnesota Nice thing to heart, let's be real about it. Let's go talk to somebody who this is affecting. Go talk to some of your neighbors who are Native people. Go talk to some of your neighbors who are black folks. Go talk to people who are descendants of enslaved folks. I haven't heard one person who was a descendant of enslaved folks go up here and speak. So I would encourage my fellow commissioners to vote on the name change, and I want to encourage the people in this city to figure out how to change and do better than what we're doing right now, because I'm a little disappointed in the city that I love and care about.
Thank you, Commissioner French. Commissioner Forney, followed by Meyer.
Thank you, and I do appreciate everybody coming out and expressing their interests, concerns. I will just be very honest. I have voted twice already for, first of all, was the dual naming of our signs around the lake, and then to change the name of the lake. What we're here today, though, is not about the lake, it's about the roadways. So I just really want to make sure that everybody understands that. And, you know, is there a difference? Yes, there is a difference. And just to remind everybody is that we are, it's an amicus brief to support the appeal that's going before the judge to appeal the ability of the DNR commissioner. So I just want you to know that we're moving in tandem with them to appeal that. So we're here to talk about the roadways, and in both situations, the thing that is interesting to me is that if this was put on a ballot, I'm not sure if the word is illegal or what it would be, but it really is a two-part question. And that's not allowed on a ballot, okay, to the voters. First of all, we're asking the question of, do you want to change the name? Second of all, what do you want to change the name to? That's two separate things, but we as a board have put that together. Other levels of government have also done that together. I bring this up because the neighborhood groups around the lake have all approached it as a two-part. CARAG, which is the Calhoun Area Residents Action Group, ECHO, which is the East Calhoun Community Organization, WCNC, anyway, West Calhoun Neighborhood Council, have all approached it first. Do you want to change the name? As Commissioner Cogill just indicated, ECHO just finished theirs, and it was, I think, a very overwhelming and a good percentage of people who did respond that they do want to change the name. And then they're going to go through the process of deciding, what do they want to change the name to, okay? So I think that's been probably a problem for everybody, is that because we didn't do it in a two-part, has the logic, the reasoning, the rationale of why we are asking these questions, I think has been lost. And that to me is very disconcerting, because when it comes to racial justice, I don't think we can ever do enough education. So I am in support of changing the name. I have no problem in changing the name. Calhoun does not resonate with me at all. People who say you can't change history, you can't, whatever, it's been branded that way, et cetera. Excuse me, Constantinople became Istanbul. I think that's a bigger change than just this lake being changed, okay? Peking became Beijing. Those are very large communities that adjusted and changed. So I have no problem with that. As far as, the expense, the inconvenience and stuff like that, I do understand that. And I appreciate, a couple of us were at the Linden Hills board meeting, and they actually offered, maybe there's ways we can help, in people who, which we say elderly, helping them, assisting them in making the change and everything. I welcome that, I really do. And I think that, it's important to acknowledge that these concerns are being shared, and I want to acknowledge that there's ways that maybe we can help on that. It was interesting tonight, we listened to the presentation of the Above the Falls Master Plan, and what resonated to me while reading about it and then hearing it again is that it's above the falls, but what we're talking about is the Mississippi River. And the Mississippi River is iconic, it's a destination, it's a place. I don't know if I should use the word, it's branded. People know what it is, okay? And that is a very important thing for us as park people and everything like that, to acknowledge that amenity. So what I have always advocated for is that I believe that the name lake should be in the name. All we have control over is the roadways. That's all we're talking about this evening, and I believe that lake should be in there. That's what I've always indicated. Whether or not you remove the Dakota name for Lake Bidet, whether you add, making it Lake Bidet-Makaska, such as Mille Lacs Lake, which is a double, naming of quote-unquote lake. I don't have the solution to it. But that's where I'm saying, we have a two-part question here. I am totally in favor of changing or taking out Calhoun. Who was a gentleman tonight said something about, why don't you just drop Calhoun from it and just call it Lake Parkway? That's not what our conversation is here, but I feel that that's what's been missing, is that second conversation. And like I say, I have no investment in the name of Calhoun any longer, and I offer up the solution that either we could add lake to the names or take out Bidet or any, that's a suggestion. Because the lake is a resource. It is something that is, that's why we're talking about it. And yet I feel that that's what's lacking in the particular conversation. So those are my comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Forney. Commissioner Meyer.
I echo the comments of Commissioners Cogill and French. We live on stolen land, and I feel that I and every other non-native person here should feel grateful and fortunate that we're not evicted from this land. And I feel like the sacrifices being asked of you today are negligible by comparison to what could be justified. I reject the notion that this process has been undemocratic. We have had numerous meetings, numerous news reports, probably more comments on this than almost any other subject. And as the staff reported, the large majority of people who commented supported this change. We absolutely do need more education on this. After World War II, Germany went through an extensive reconciliation process of denazification in their public schools and in their broader community, and paid reparations to victims of the Holocaust. The United States has never done anything comparable. We just shoved it under the rug when the ethnic cleansing here was on a similar scale. I feel that we are contributing in part to this education process through this, but that we need a lot more, and that we need to be starting the discussions about things beyond more than just symbolic changes, and have broader discussions about reparations. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Meyer. Commissioner Vita, followed by Severson.
Thank you, President Bourne. This is a very hard conversation, and conversations about race usually are really hard. As a descendant of slaves, I find this so uncomfortable that so many people are saying how they have to do these petty things, like I can't even apologize for, like the work that you're gonna have to put into doing this, because my life has been built on being a descendant of slaves. My entire life has been uncomfortable because of the color of my skin. Like almost every single person that stood up here was a white person who has this level of privilege that I could never ever have in my lifetime. And we're talking about a name change. We're talking about something that feels so simple to a black woman, a descendant of a slave. I get it, change is hard. The name is hard for my mother, a black woman. But guess what? I'm committed to teaching her every single day if I have to. Because what's most important is that her grandchildren, her great-grandchildren, get to walk into a place that is not that of the person who was a slave master, who loved slaves. Like, that's so much more important. I'm telling you, this is so heartbreaking for me. Because I thought we were better than this as a city. I thought we were more progressive than this, than to care about a name of another white man. For me, let's go to numbers. I don't care. I understand the argument of, well, nobody's better than others. But guess what? We know how horrible this person is. We know how hard it is for people of color in the world that we live in. We know, how many people are privileged because of slavery. And how many people have absolutely no privileges, none whatsoever. I am one of those people. Everyone who stood up looked at me and see, there's a big difference. And guess what the difference is? My descendants were not slave owners, they were slaves. I am gonna feel more comfortable in a space. I've been to former Lake Calhoun, I don't even say the name anymore, but Dave McCosker. I was there when it was Calhoun. I had no idea who he was, but that changed for me when I found out who he was. It made me feel some type of way as a black woman that this is what we're naming our city. This is what we're naming parks after. This is what we're naming jewels like our beautiful lakes after. It matters. I promise you all. It matters. It matters to the people of color who are your neighbors. It matters to the people of color that you go and stand and rally with around other issues. It matters. Think of other people. Don't think of yourself. I know that, a lot of you feel like it's going to be challenging to change addresses, to change ideas. But guess what was extremely challenging? Slavery. Guess what is even more challenging? Living as a black person in this world that was built on slavery. please, I just urge you all to look at this so different and really just have compassion for the people who don't look like you. Because that's really what this comes down to. This really comes down to just seeing the difference in the people who are walking over there. We know now who he is. When we didn't know, we probably walked over there and enjoyed it with pride. We know now. There's a big difference when you know. You don't change things you don't know. We know we should be changing this. We should all be. It breaks my heart that we're not celebrating these kind of changes. It seems small, but it's huge. It's huge. It's a win for the people that you all say you want to celebrate and you want to be better to. I hear it all the time. We're going to do better. We have to do better. In these times, we have to do better. Guess what? Changing this name means we're doing better. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner Vita. Commissioner Severson, followed by Vice President Hassan.
Thank you, President Bourne. So I heard a lot of things tonight that were traumatizing, and I hope I misinterpreted, because it's I think we got a lot longer way to go than I thought we did as a city. The first thing I want to say is I think I heard somebody say that some slave owners were kind. I don't think any slave owners were kind by any means. I reject that notion. I heard a few residents say they are directly affected by this. I think we're all affected by this. Sometimes I think we get stuck in our own microcosms of this world, in this city, including myself. One of my favorite people on this board, Commissioner French, always says, why is it always about North Minneapolis? Why? And he tries to pull me out of my microcosm to try to help me see a larger picture. So I am too guilty of solely focusing on my goal in North Minneapolis. But as an example, when someone is hurt in downtown Minneapolis, we're all affected by that. When a mother loses her son from youth violence, we're all affected by that somehow. So I encourage you to look a little deeper into this. I want you to know I'm not trying to rewrite history or change history. The 7th Vice President of the United States, Robert C. Calhoun, does not deserve to have his name on a beautiful asset such as Bede-Makaska, along with the parkways. In my opinion, it is not okay that an evil person in our world gets to have a beautiful asset named after them. I'm not okay with that, and I am actually okay with working on Sibley Park next. I'm also extremely ecstatic that Minneapolis Public Schools changed the name of Ramsey Middle School. This is the direction that Minneapolis should go. Once again, my stance is clear. Evil people should not have beautiful assets named after them. We want to leave that to the wonderful people who have left this world better than they found it. Thanks.
Thank you, Commissioner Severson. Vice President Hassan.
Thank you, President Bourne. Well, to my colleagues and to our neighbors on the other side of the city, I grew up in Little Earth. Little Earth is the first and only urban American Indian preference community in the entire country. So I know it took me Bede-Makaska to learn less than 30 seconds. Less than 30 seconds. I know some people might find the ignorance and the excuse to not learn or to not respect their neighbors, their colleagues. But I can talk about myself. As a person, my dad always used to tell me to respect others the way that I wanted to be respected. And I think that's what's before me today. As a decision maker, as someone who will be asked, my kids one day will ask me how I voted for this. Or I think about every day when I go back to my house, the responsibility that I was being given and the honor to serve my district. And most importantly, the Little Earth community, my neighbors, my colleagues, my friends, my family. I call them a family because I grew up with them. Every day, every time, every year, I'm sure most of you go to May Day Parade. It starts from their park. And the first people that I see is them. They welcome me. The gas station that I go a lot on 24th and Bloomington is their gas station. Every time, something happens to me, those are the people that I look up to. But today, I'm here to make a decision whether I should name Bede-Makaska or a parkway into something that means a lot to them. And my colleagues, who been slave descendants, who knows me, who've been affected more than me. I know how that feels. It's a very sensitive topic when it comes to racial, when it comes to slavery, the history. But I want to remind again some of my colleagues and my neighbors to go out and to learn and to also respect each other. I know it's tough sometimes, being privileged. It's hard to accept others into your space. But we want to be able to enjoy our parks, just like some of you enjoy. And that's simply what before us today. And I'm looking forward to vote in favor of this resolution. And I'm looking forward to see you guys at Bede-Makaska and the parkways that will be naming today in the next couple of days. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice President Hassan. I have just a very quick question from of staff on our process, and then I have a couple of comments as well. Assistant Superintendent Schroeder, if you could talk to us a little bit. We received some pretty good feedback at the Linden Hills neighborhood meeting about a month ago. You, Commissioner Forney, Commissioner French, and I attended. There was some good feedback. Should the park board choose to take an action to rename the parkways, on how we can help at least have folks understand what they will be, what they will need to be responsible for. Something comes to mind. Remember years ago I had to change my area code and I wasn't exactly sure if I had to change my business cards, who did what. So if you could maybe talk a little bit, I know you've done some work on this in preparation should the board choose this, but can you talk us a little bit through that and what potential next steps would be?
President, Board of Commissioners, I'd be glad to. The Linden Hills Neighborhood Group actually had some really terrific suggestions for us. And we have been working on basically a primer or a guide that could be distributed to those residents whose names, whose address changes if this goes forward. And so we are actually building on a list that was provided by Mr. Bell, and that identifies the range of things that would have to be changed. I think his list included some 40 items. Some of those would apply more broadly. But we're working on that list, and we'll have it pretty much ready to go, I think, in about 2 weeks. Okay. The other thing that we're doing is we're contacting some of the broad providers, some of the utility companies, and seeing if it's possible that the park board could actually make the name change happen directly for those consumers. So I think Excel and Centerpoint have been contacted, and we're working with them to simply send them a name of the addresses that would be changed, so that would happen automatically. We're pursuing the same thing with the city of Minneapolis, and to the extent that there are broad service providers like that, we will be doing everything we can to make it simple.
Okay. Thank you, Assistant Superintendent Schroeder, for the background. Commissioner Forney, do you have a question for Assistant Superintendent Schroeder, or to speak to the second time?
To whoever, if for the audience, to know what is the process tonight and what is the next step.
Thank you.
Regarding this.
Thank you, Commissioner Forney. I will go over that in my comments. A reminder to folks that this is our first reading of an ordinance change, and the Park Board has quite a quite a long and public-driven process before we enact an ordinance change. This was brought up through the Administration and Finance Committee more than a month ago, where the public had an opportunity to speak during our open time when the item was on the agenda at that meeting. Those agendas were posted and made available to the entire city. And after that, the Park Board took an additional step of opening up a 45-day public comment period, which is now closed, and we're hearing the feedback from that. This reading is not a vote tonight. This is not, the Parkway change will not happen tonight. It's our intention to bring it up at our next regular cycle for our last and final reading of the ordinance on the 21st. On the 21st, during open time, folks will also have the opportunity to weigh in and give us feedback. Should the board pass that resolution on the 21st and then the mayor signs it into, the mayor were to sign it, the resolution as it's written, that would become the board president and staff that would become the new ordinance. So staff would, as expediently as necessary, as expediently as possible after it is passed, would implement the changes to follow the instruction of the board. I just have a couple of comments on this, and I'll try to be brief. We have our vote on this is on the 21st. Some of our speakers are very correct. This resolution and this Parkway name change, should we adopt it, does not solve the ills of the world. It absolutely does not. What's amazing to me is that this is, in the context of the Minneapolis Park and Recreation Board, this is literally one of the least things we can do. People are talking about baby steps towards bending that arc of justice, and this is simply one of the simplest things that we can do. And I don't know if, you know, so many of the folks that have spoken and so many of the people that so many of the folks that are opposed to a renaming of our parkway are my constituents and are Commissioner Cogill's constituents, and again, facing so little, and there may very well be electoral consequences to the vote that I will be taking on the 21st. With being asked to do something so small, and to say no to that, knowing it's the right thing to do and knowing that there might be electoral consequences from my constituents, I don't know if I could look my colleagues like Commissioner French and Commissioner Vita in the eye and say that I took a politically expedient path and dodged a very simple request from community members that have been working through processes for years. I don't know if I could look Superintendent Emeritus Merrill in the eye that led the organization through our last year of public process around this. I don't know if I can look Superintendent Bangora in the eye. I don't know if I can look the Bean family in the eye, and recognizing that we are living on stolen land, knowing that where I owe an apology to the entire board and the folks that are here tonight, the federally recognized name of the lake has been Bedema-Koska since January of 2018. And as your president, I didn't bring anything forward until now. And it's something that I wish that this board had considered much sooner, and I take ownership for that. I was at the start of the name restoration discussions around the lake. I had a very similar opinion with Commissioner Forney, and I had conversations with some of the folks who this is their indigenous home and were exiled from this home, and I had the ignorance to say some of the same things, like, well, how about this name? How about this name? How about we say Lake this, because it's too hard for me, and I think so, and I think it may be too hard for some of my constituents, and I'm embarrassed that I'm embarrassed that I asked some of those questions, and Dr. Kate Bean, who was on our advisory committee for our Lakes Master Plan, she was my appointee, and when I asked her that question, like, why not make this easier for me and folks that look like me, I think it was probably she's a dear friend of mine, and I think it was one of the times that I had offended her the most. And for people that are just returning to their homelands after being exiled, and still exiled on paper to this day, to ask to have to compromise on something so small to make me feel better. I mean, you lost me at Christmas cards. I understand, and I understand that there's an impact for folks, but it's just such a small impact faced with the questions that we're asking. So, no, it won't be. We won't solve the world's ills through taking this step, but how can we not at this point? And so with that, a parliamentary question for council. Commissioner Forney, you've spoken twice on the matter.
It's a question process.
A vote tonight, Council Rice, is a vote to accept this as the first reading. So it's been moved and seconded. We actually do not take a vote tonight. We are done with our conversation tonight, and this is held over until the 21st. Is that correct?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Tonight you're on first reading. You're not voting tonight to amend the ordinance. That will take place either at the next meeting or a subsequent meeting. I think the motion tonight was merely to accept the first reading of the ordinance as published in the agenda.
Okay, thank you, Council Rice. I will interpret Resolution 2019-209 as an acceptance of the first reading. All of those in favor of acceptance of the first reading signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Abstentions? The resolution has gone through its first reading, and I will be returning it to the full board on the 21st at our next regular meeting cycle. Thank you to everyone who provided public comment. Moving on to new business, we have a presentation on the Minneapolis Park Board's safety camp. Acting Assistant Superintendent Humphrey, would you like to tell us about the wonderful work that all of our staff are doing at the safety camp?
Thank you, President Bourne and Commissioners. I'd just like to take a moment to introduce Adam Lottis, Leslie Vinson, and Sarah Richards. They're going to come up and do a short presentation and a slideshow regarding safety camp. As many of you are aware, it's one of the most fun times in the summer and a great experience for so many youth across the city. So these three have been leaders of the program and done a wonderful job with it. So thank you to the three of you, and I'll turn it over to you.
Thank you. Welcome.
Thank you. Thank you. So just give us a little time here, and we'll get it set up. Okay, well, thank you, President Bourne, Commissioners. We're happy to be here today and present on the 2019 safety camp that just concluded here in the mid-July. But before we get started, Leslie and I were actually nominated to do this with some guidance through Acting Superintendent or Assistant Superintendent Larry Humphrey. And early and often we found that it's important that we brought somebody on that had some institutional knowledge of the camp itself. So before we get started with the presentation, we'd just like to take a quick, brief second to recognize Sarah Richards, who spent a lot of time and effort, and over the past, I would say close to 10 years, has been involved in safety camp. So she was a main kind of glue and rock that held us together this year. So we just want to just honor her real quick to say thank you, so.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, for those of you that don't know much about Safety Camp, this is a camp that we have young people throughout the city of Minneapolis participate in safety themes. And those themes are done through a great environment, whether it's fun-filled activities, enrichment activities, and presentations that revolve around safety here in Minneapolis. And we've been doing this for over about 25 years in the park board system. We couldn't hammer down the initial first date of it, but it's roughly over 25 years. And this year, for 2019, when we were given the project, Leslie Vincent and myself, we wanted to tie in a lot of the racial equity work that the organization is doing and through our department. So we had a vision to make sure that we looked at and evaluated Safety Camp for previous years, and we really wanted to diversify participants. And we really wanted to create no barriers for young people to have access to this great work that we do within the park board. So Leslie will kind of briefly touch on a little bit of that a little bit later. So without further ado, I'm going to let Sarah kind of take over and talk about a little bit more of what the camp was from an overview.
The camp took place at Theodore Wirth Park, and we had 120 youth separated into 6 different teams so we could separate them with different learning opportunities so they weren't all together in a large clump. The kids ranged from 8 years to 11 years of age, and it took place July 9th through the 11th. It was a Tuesday through Thursday, and we were there from 9:30 a.m. to 4 p.m. each day. The last day, we invite all the families of the kids to come and enjoy a family barbecue so they can kind of see what the kids have been experiencing each day.
One of the things that Adam and I want to do this year is really to capitalize on some of the partnerships that we have with partners and nonprofits in the city of Minneapolis. So this year we partnered with 2 local nonprofits in the area, and we invited them and their kids to participate in our safety camp. In addition, we also worked with Whittier Recreation Center and their specialty camp, and also had additional 60 kids in that camp alone.
So what you'll see in front of you, you'll see many of the young faces that participated in this year's safety camp. And like Leslie had mentioned, we really wanted to work with some of our community youth service agencies to offer some of these, safety components that sometimes these kids may not ever have the opportunity and access to. So one of the collaborative efforts is we offered the camp for free for some of these. I think we had about 70 community agency partnered kids with us, and in return what they did is they offered some staffing and training and support efforts during the whole time frame of the safety camp. So some of the camp themes I'm going to let Sarah kind of discuss and go over what those were.
So the themes revolved around safety. We had fire safety, so we had fire trucks out different days, so the kids got to climb around those fire trucks and see what it like to talk on the radio for the police cars. But for the fire safety, we also did have, the kids got to experience what a grease fire looked like when you poured water on it. It was pretty exciting for the kids to see how just massive a fire was. So it's just fun things that they get to see, but it's not really fun. But the police safety, kids got to climb around in the cars and get to listen to police talks about getting to know police officers. Water safety, the kids got a swim lesson. They got to hear from Abby's Hope regarding safety on pools. Transportation safety, they got to learn about the buses, and I know they ride them every day, but just to hear more about the reasons for bus safety. And we had empowerment with Jacob Wetterling Foundation came out and talked about stranger danger and knowing bullying situations. And then we had some fun activities just to mix it up so the kids were having a good time. So they were canoeing out on the lake, water slides. We had some biking and some little trail ride for the older kids. The kids got to learn to fish, and we had some empowerment games on getting to know each other, and of course, swimming. Can't go to Theodore Wirth without swimming.
So this was actually one of the unique perspectives of the safety camp. So for those of you that don't know, we worked with Park Police, we work with Minneapolis Police and Fire, And what they do is they actually volunteer to be camp counselors during the duration of the camp. But on the front end, they just come in their regular T-shirts, just like every other camp counselor, so they're themed with colors. But at the end of the actual event and the conclusion of the barbecue, we actually do an unveiling. So if you look at that middle slide, you see the gray team, which consisted of Jerry Gamble's Boys and Girls Club team, and they had Officer Payton, who is a park police officer. If you see him in there, and then as you look over to the arrow, you'll see him being unveiled with his team. So what's really unique and cool about it, a lot of the young people were looking at us, and then we brought in all the officers and the fire within their plainclothes uniforms, or their officer uniforms. So when they were unveiled, we got a lot of smiles and jaw drops and hugs. So it was really cool to see them on the front end as just regular camp counselors. And then at the end of the unveiling, they recognize them as officers. And I think one of the main important things is both working with the agencies and working with the officers and the fire, Leslie and I, we were very intentional on making sure that these young kids can see themselves within these officers or within these fire department or emergency vehicles, so that they could see themselves potentially in those career paths. We really wanted them to, again, reflect themselves within the fire or within the agents.
Just like with any other partnership, we couldn't do it alone, so we also had sponsors. We had Medica, Abby's Hope, Minneapolis TAP, and AAA Minneapolis. And what our sponsors did, they were able to either donate some financial support, volunteers, and also overall just advertising and helping us with the program as far as with sponsors.
So one of the things, obviously, this takes many hands to put on. We had over 120 kids with all these safety components, but we couldn't do it alone, and we had over 20 full-time and part-time staff contribute to the efforts of making sure these kids had a great opportunity and experience. We had over about 20 volunteers as well. As you can see on this slide, the Recreation Division, Environmental Stewardship, the Office of the Superintendent, Deputy Superintendent, all those hands really contributed to making sure this is a great opportunity for these young people. We did have a lot of staff here earlier, but they ended up having to go back to the parks or their end of their day was on, but we would like to recognize many of them for all their efforts and support. And if you look closely on this side, on this slide, you'll see on the bottom right-hand corner a familiar face. If you can see briefly in there, we had two commissioners come. We had Commissioner Vital and Commissioner Severson attend. But we also had City Council member Cunningham as well come and attend and participate in some of the activities. So we appreciate all that support as well. So Commissioner Severson didn't make the slides here. So. But more importantly, we really wanted to extend appreciation to those 30 employees, full-time and part-time, all the volunteers. But one of the main appreciations and efforts that went into this were those kind of 4 badges that you see in front of you. The Minneapolis Park Police did a lot to make sure this happened, and it gave a lot of resources and support to this program. We had our Minnesota State Troopers that stepped up this year to help support it and had sent some officers as counselors. Minneapolis Police themselves brought the K-9 units and other emergency vehicles out. And last but not least, our Minneapolis Fire Department really stepped up and helped support the work as well. So that's it for the presentation. So if there's any questions.
Do folks have questions? I see Commissioner Severson followed by Vita.
Thank you, President Bourne. Did you guys do the Bucket Brigade this year? Okay, good. So this is, as a former director and a former part-time staff, this is hands down top 5 things that I used to like to go and work. But I guess I wanted to give a huge thank you to the recreation staff. In my opinion, you folks don't get thanked enough, and you're kind of the unsung hero, specifically in safety camp, because you have these counselors all working, and these kids think these are just youth workers. And then on the last day, you have a police officer come out, and he's got his uniform on, or a firefighter, or a paramedic, or however that works, and you're just kind of there, that unsung hero who put all of this together and made it go smoothly. So I just want to thank you and give you kudos for all the work you guys do with our children in Minneapolis.
Thank you, Commissioner Severson. Commissioner Vita.
Thank you, President Bourne. I don't know why I didn't make the photos. Excuse you? No. That was an absolutely wonderful event. And you two both know, like, I was just so proud. It felt so good. The range of topics that you had young people discuss around safety. I think I just threw a question out there around, did you talk about internet safety? And then one of the young people said, of course we did. You know, we talked about predators on the internet. We talked about bullying. So it was really great to see that. Safety Camp has grown, right? Like it's with the times. You're talking about topics that are affecting our children now. The participation from staff was awesome. You all were just so excited to be out there with them. Like, how could they not have a great time? The collaborations with all the other partners. I was, the following day I was somewhere and I ran into one of the PYC counselors or someone I had met there the day before at Safety Camp. And her and I were on the streets for like 40 minutes just talking about her experience, how great the partnership was, what the young people that she brought got out of it. Those are the type of things like we love to brag about. You know, that felt so good to come and thank everyone for participating. There were lots of family members there. You all didn't talk about that part, the barbecue, not the picnic, right? The barbecue, right, Miss Leslie, right. So the barbecue, there were family members attending the barbecue who were celebrating the successes of their children, and that's what we need. So again, thank you all so much. I gave you a shout out at a previous meeting, but it really felt good to see that in real time, you know, to walk up and see how those young people were affected and how diverse the group was, because that is not what I had remembered Safety Camp being. And I had some discussions previous to that day about like what I saw at Safety Camp in the past. So thank you very much. Keep up the good work. Let us know what we can do to support you in making it even better. And Larry did a really good job, I heard, of just telling you to like, do it, like do it big. So we need that too, right? Thank you all so much. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Vita. Are there any other questions or comments? Seeing none, I'll just echo our thanks. I mean, I think that this is one of the coolest things that we do. That, and I love the surprise piece at the end. Like these are the folks that work for you in some ways every single day. And I think it's a good way to overcome like some perceptions that youth may just have going into it. So I think it's a really cool way to program it. A really cool and creative way to program and to break down some barriers and make young people or help young people see some value and some safety in our public safety servants. So thank you guys all for the report, and thank you for your patience while we went through some other board business to get to you. So thank you so much. Our next item, we have Director Arvidsson for our 2020 to 25 capital improvement plan. Mr. Arvidsson.
President Bourne, if I might take just one brief moment, I'd like to make a quick introduction to the board. Usually when we have new planning staff come on board, we let them say hi, typically when they have an action before you. But that hasn't happened yet, and it's been a little while. So I'd like to introduce you to Emma Pachuta, who is our newest senior planner in the planning division. Emma comes to us from Move, Minnesota. She has a big transportation planning background, but is also getting right in and doing some things with parks. I want to have her tell you really quickly the things she's going to be working on. If you have any questions, you can ask them, and then I'll plunge into the presentation. Here's Emma.
Thank you. Welcome.
President Bourne, commissioners, hello. The few projects that I've kind of jumped in to since May include doing some community engagement with the Eloise Butler improvements. I've also been doing some work on the Above the Falls master plan with Kate, and then I will be taking the lead on the Cedar Lake of the Isles master plan that's starting later this year.
Thank you, and it has been a little while, so thank you for realizing it's been a little while and introducing. So, welcome.
Thank you, Emma. You'll be seeing more of her. So tonight, I always sometimes feel like you get to points in meetings where I need to say, and now for something completely different. We went from naming to safety camp. Now we're going to talk about the CIP. The Capital Improvement Program, I come and speak before you each year for really two purposes: to kind of lay out the Capital Improvement Program as we begin to move into that portion of our budget year. But the other key piece is that we're required by ordinance as a staff team, and part of the reason I introduced Emma is she is actually working on this staff team right now, to review the equity ordinances and to bring forward to you anything that we see might be concerning, so that we can make adjustments if need be. So tonight I'll be talking about both of those things. I'm going to talk about the CIP process first, make some notes and recommendations. That's a more brief part of the presentation because the CIP, because of the equity metrics, does a little bit write itself. But I do want to talk about a couple of equity metrics updates conversations. So, as you all know, we do a 6-year capital improvement program, and right now we do that in order to align with the city's process. And we use for guidance the comprehensive plan itself, our criteria-based system, also called the racial equity metrics, and then a variety of master plans as well as your strategic directions. This year's CIP is going to look similar to last year's, including equity rankings for both neighborhood and regional parks, which we rolled out last year for the first time. We will color code the CIP as we continue to be in that transitional time period between the old non-equity CIP and the new NPP 20 CIP. We're sort of conveyor belting that out year after year, so we still do have different colors of parks that have come in for different reasons. And then we split the CIP into different sections: the neighborhood, regional, other projects, and our rehabilitation program. Our schedule this year is we are right now in the midst of updating the neighborhood metrics for and also the regional park and trail metrics. This August 7th board discussion gives me some guidance for the next stage of development. In September, we'll finalize the equity rankings and begin to prepare the draft CIP, which goes to the superintendent a couple of times and it gets vetted internally before it comes before you on October 16th. I put these other dates in here, September 4th, 18th, and 2nd, is because if we need to modify the ordinance, then those would be the possible dates for you to be considering that. So a few notes on the CIP. This is a bit of a repeat from last year, but I think it's kind of worth restating because I want to ask you at the end if you still feel that this is an important way to go forward. Projects that are already in the CIP shouldn't be altered regardless of a park's current equity score. Sometimes parks do change, they drop or they increase in equity score, maybe sometimes because of changes in the neighborhood around them. We've tended to feel that once you're in the CIP, you're in, so that we're not constantly changing promises to the community. New parks then that come into the CIP because of their equity ranking get placed in that outmost year so that they don't delay many other projects in the middle of the CIP. Also, parks don't typically get additional allocations, even if they have high equity scores, until all parks receive funding. The equity ordinance does say that the distribution should be on a rolling basis, and we have interpreted that to mean that we're going to go through the parks and then we're going to start back over with the ones that are at the top again. So as required by the ordinance, staff at this point have reevaluated the overall equity metrics. We convene a working group of planning and asset management staff, and we sort of poke at these ordinances to see if there are unintended consequences that are popping up. And we're in the midst of updating the underlying data. So as per usual, I don't have new park rankings for you now. Those will come out with the CIP when the superintendent presents it in October. During the development of that CIP, once we have our park rankings, we typically lock those in so they're not changing every month. So we do the rankings one time per year, and then we do another assessment next year. So I do want to say that tonight staff is recommending that we consider 2 ordinance changes because I believe there are a couple things that have risen up that we do need to address. And also one possible future one that I just want to put on your radar for now. Those 2 ordinance changes could be brought forward in September and October if the board desires in preparation for the new CIP. The first of these is a revision to the population density metric. As it's calculated, we've kind of noticed a flaw in that and think it should be corrected. The second is a means of addressing undeveloped parks, which I discussed with you a little bit last year and want to raise again. And then the third one is in response to some comments we've heard from you and from the community, which is about whether environmental justice factors can be brought in as a possible equity metric. I had that conversation with my group again this year. Historically, we've had a hard time finding data that was consistent enough citywide that we could use that as a metric to weigh parks against each other, which is essentially what we're doing. It seems like there's some new data that might allow us to do that under particular environmental justice conditions, such as most notably air quality. So we're probably a little early to being able to commit to a method around that, but I just want to let you know that we definitely have our eye on it, and potentially next year we might be wanting to bring forward a discussion about that and see if there's a reason to bring some environmental justice factor into the equity metric. Just for background, this is one that the community actually brought up even when we were developing the metrics, and there wasn't a good way to do it. And I know commissioners brought this up last year during this conversation of almost exactly a year ago. So under the population density metric, right now, population density for our purposes are calculated on static numbers. So once there's a density of X people per acre, you get more points. What that means is if the city densifies and continues to densify, eventually all the parks will be in the same highest category and there won't be any differentiation between them. So this is really more of a mathematical glitch than anything, but we're recommending a change in calculation of that methodology. And we have two ways that we might be able to do this. I call them the thirds and the walksheds. So the thirds is the simplest, which is that each neighborhood is ranked by its density. And then parks that are in the top third most dense neighborhoods get the highest score. So we're still recognizing that density is an important driver in need in parks, but instead of locking a park to a density number, we would say as those neighborhoods ebb and flow with their density, the parks would follow them and there would always be a tiered system. So that's one way of looking at it. The walksheds option is we would look at the total population within, say, a 5 or perhaps a 10-minute walk of the park. And then we look at those parks and the parks that have the densest walksheds would get the highest scores. So it would recognize those parks, the second option would recognize those parks that might be on the boundaries of neighborhoods. And it would really take into account that walkshed around them rather than just the neighborhood in which they happen to sit. We only until recently really had the technology to be able to do this, but I think we do now, so the walksheds is a potential option. So remember those for a minute, and at the end I'd love to get your thoughts and opinions on that. And again, this is a little bit, I don't think there's anything in the density metric that is reinforcing or creating disparities, but I think that as we look forward, this is one that it's a little bit more housekeeping, I might say. But it's the other one which is about the undeveloped parks, which I talked a bit about last year, that I do think we have some issues that probably need to be solved sooner or later with regard to this. So we have about 40 parks that can be considered undeveloped, and those are parks that either we own and have master planned but have no major built assets, like Solomon Park, for instance, would be one example. Parks that we own and have master planned but which may never have major assets, so a lot of these small triangles that are scattered around. And then also parks that we have envisioned and committed to in our master planning, most notably a place like the North Loop Park. Right now we have no way to bring that into the CIP. Our ordinance does say all neighborhood parks must be ranked, and so last year in the CIP we did do that. We brought the undeveloped parks alongside the developed parks into the overall rankings. Unfortunately, the undeveloped parks can never get a score on their park characteristics. So half of the point totals, we have to give them essentially zeros, or the lowest possible score, because they don't have things like playgrounds or wading pools, but they also don't have any other way of scoring them against each other. So there's two issues that cropped up when we brought this into the equity ranking last year and ordered them with all the other parks. Two things came up. There were some parks that ranked very high simply because of their location in the city, even if it's likely that those parks won't serve a major community benefit, because they might be, for instance, there's one that's a small tiny triangle that's 2 blocks from North Commons. I would question whether that's where the investment should go first. Yet, because we can't rank it in any other way, it pops to the top because it's sitting in North Minneapolis. The other thing that happens is most of these undeveloped parks rank very low because they can't get their full scores. So they're clustering down at the bottom of the rankings, which makes me concerned that there could be years and years and years in the future when we do nothing but undeveloped parks for a whole period of time. Let me illustrate that right now. On the screen here are the rankings of all the neighborhood parks as they were last year. So those are the rankings that were used for the CIP. I've circled, so the undeveloped parks are highlighted in the color here. So I've circled 4 parks that went into the CIP last year. Now one of these parks, Russell Triangle, is in a place where there's a desert of playgrounds. We have envisioned a new playground there. One would argue that that's probably an important investment when you think about undeveloped parks. The other parks here, Oliver Triangle, Irving Triangle, Newton Triangle, we do not have major assets planned. They're in very close proximity to other parks, and yet they ended up in the CIP because they have neighborhood community rankings that are high enough that get them above many other developed parks. When you get to the bottom of the CIP, you can look at the right hand on that. Everything from about 112 rank down, you see it's nothing but undeveloped parks. So when we get to that moment in the CIP, that's going to look like a whole lot of work on undeveloped parks rather than kind of circling back around to doing the highest need ones again for a phase 2. So if we do nothing, this is sort of the ranking list, and so that's why I want to propose something different. I think we need to recognize that in many cases an undeveloped park may be the most critical park infrastructure in a neighborhood. I did mention Russell Triangle. And how can we also invest equitably in those undeveloped parks alongside our primary work on the developed parks and updating the assets there? So I think we worked last year on this and continued some work this year on a possible new way of looking at this and a possible ordinance change. Our goals really were to think about how do we work to implement master plans for undeveloped parks concurrently with those for development parks. So making sure that we're doing that bread and butter of the the North Commons and the Linden Hills and the Audubons alongside some of these undeveloped parks also. Focus development in areas where there is the greatest community need for the facilities, amenities in the parks, not just on where they're located. And focus development in areas that are otherwise underserved. So if we have gaps in park service, that's where we should be putting our attention. So a basic approach that we might propose is to actually have 2 neighborhood park lists, a developed one and an undeveloped one. And we would dedicate a portion of the capital levy funds each year to those undeveloped parks. And this is hopefully a big conversation tonight, is I say a portion, but I don't have a number right here. We could use new but similar equity criteria to rank those undeveloped parks. And then we could do a little bit each year and then move those into the developed system where they would basically go to the back of the line. The new but similar equity criteria, again, my team worked on this quite a bit, and we have 2 ideas in mind. We would keep the community characteristics that we use for our other neighborhood parks, the density, the RCAPs, we would keep all those the same, but instead of the park characteristics, we would instead have these 2, proximity and asset potential. And this basically gets to 2 key things that I think are the best ways of prioritizing undeveloped parks. Proximity. How close is the undeveloped park to other recreational opportunities? If it is a small triangle that is right next to a major park, we should maybe be investing there first. So we'd look at how close is it to a variety of major facilities, and those parks that are the farthest away from other major park facilities would get higher scores and would be prioritized. So that automatically puts us in where are those places that we are underserved, and let's prioritize there. Asset potential means even if we've got a tiny little triangle out here where we don't have any other assets and we're not going to put anything there, should we spend money there? I would argue probably not. Lower priority. So asset potential basically looks at our master planning and says, do we have something planned there? And if yes, then we get the maximum score. I'll go back to Russell Triangle as an example. We do have a major asset planned there. That park is not close to any other parks. So there's a spot where it would get probably the maximum score on both of those rankings. A park like a triangle, let's stay on the north side, Oliver Triangle, it's very close to North Commons, so it would rank low there. We also aren't planning anything there, so it would rank low. So that park would go very, very low on the undeveloped parks Once we invested in an undeveloped park in some way, we would then move it into the developed parks list. And because we'd already touched it, we would wait to come back around until we'd gone through the list again. So they would naturally probably drop to the bottom. And the criteria for being a developed park basically means that it's open and accessible to the public, and it has some significant portion of its master plan. And if that's a bench, then that's a bench. CIP allocations should make a park developed, so that we can say that it is, so we don't keep coming back around to that list. So the basic approach, restated, would be that we separate the parks into two lists. We dedicate some annual funding to the undeveloped list, and how much that is, I don't know yet. We rank those undeveloped parks based on these new metrics. We allocate and invest over there, and then move those parks to the developed list. So we're keeping the promise to the community on those undeveloped parks, but we're prioritizing the ones that are really going to fulfill a need right now. The undeveloped list under this method will gradually shrink and then disappear. We won't have any undeveloped parks after a certain period of time. So a few questions that I have for you, or you can ask me questions first and then I can have questions for you. Either way, it's a conversation. Is, do the CIP goals and basic approach remain appropriate? The few things that I said at the beginning of the meeting about not kicking a park out of the CIP once it's in, about making sure we're putting new parks at the end so that we don't disrupt the scheduling, like that kind of stuff. Is that still appropriate? As I ask every year, are there other criteria that you see that might be worthwhile metrics for I said undeveloped parks here, but we'll just say generally, other metrics that we might be considering, along with the environmental justice one, which we're going to be exploring over the coming year. I would ask just straight up, should the density metric be revised? Should we bother with that? And if so, then kind of what methodology might be worthwhile? And then also this big question about the undeveloped parks and how to deal with those. Should we have a separate list, or is there another method that you might suggest? And if we have a separate list that we fund, then I need to get some sense so I can build the CIP and prepare an ordinance for your consideration of what that number ought to be. And so just we have a basis for discussion. We put about $9 million each year into neighborhood capital funds, not the rehabilitation funds, not the maintenance funds, but about $9 million into the neighborhood capital. And currently we're getting about 7 to 10 developed parks added to the CIP each year. Roughly speaking, for every $1 million, and I'm not suggesting that, I only picked it as a round number. For every $1 million that we would invest in undeveloped park list, that would be about one fewer developed parks in the CIP. So that's kind of an equivalent. If you did $500,000, we'd get you'd get a few smaller projects in the main CIP. So those are the questions that I have, and that's kind of where we are with the CIP. I'd love to hear your thoughts and to see if you have any questions for me, and I will take copious notes. President Bourne.
Thank you, Mr. Arvidsson. Questions, comments? I have a few. I'll start with Commissioner Cogill and go to Meyer.
All right, thank you, President Bourne. Thank you very much, Director Arvidsson, for this overview of the CIP. I'm very excited about the continuous work that's being done to evaluate our procedures and improve upon them. I have a few thoughts on a couple of issues. I'm wondering, I'm of two minds, I suppose. On the issue of categories, which is a key question that you have, goals and it kind of falls under goals and approach, but also criteria for the undeveloped parks or just generally parks. I'm a little bit concerned by the complexity of the analysis and and any kind of expansion of the data points. Partly because I would like the CIP to be an accessible document for the public. And I suppose I'd just say that, like, I think that should be a value and a consideration as we move forward, is how can we use good data, but also have a very clear process. An example of how this is confusing is adding criteria. Well, we have 7 criteria right now, perhaps. Sometimes those criteria, the terminology changes. So for example, we work a lot with the Met Council on our park planning. We get funding from the Met Council. The Met Council does not any longer use RCAP as a terminology, right? RCAP in itself is a somewhat becomes an esoteric thing. So I don't know what the answer is to that, but that's just a thought that I've had consistently with the CIP, and I would be interested in how staff thinks about clarifying that. On the other side, my other part of my mind is very interested in adding or considering some sort of analysis regarding housing stability. So we certainly can reanalyze parks every year in relationship to who lives around the park. And my expectation, based upon research that I've seen across the country, is that the more you invest in new assets in a park, the more quickly the value of the properties around that park change and improve, and the quicker we will see a different demographic of people moving into those spaces. That's not to say that that'll necessarily happen here. So, but I'm interested in thinking about how we in the CIP can take into account a consideration around kind of longevity or people staying in place. Regarding the environmental justice piece, I'm wondering if we've looked into using the EPA's environmental justice mapping tool. That would be a suggestion. I think that provides all of the Superfund sites. Is that a consideration that you've looked into, and is there a problem with that?
President Bourne, Commissioner Cogill, we have looked into some of the comprehensive environmental justice mapping tools, and what they tend to do is identify known environmental justice issues. Mm-hmm. And it's that classic scientific paradox of that absence of evidence is not evidence of absence. Mm-hmm. So if there's a part of town where there hasn't been anything reported, do we know for sure that there's no issue? So the data set isn't always consistent in its evaluation across the city, which is why we've been looking for maybe some particular factors where there is consistent data, and air quality is maybe raising to that. We can look consistently across the city and understand variations in air quality. Right. So we believe that to be true. But in terms of some other contaminants, there's been a lot of interior lead studies in certain parts of town, but it's not been comprehensively done. So it's hard to say that just because maybe a part of town doesn't pop up with that it doesn't exist. It maybe just hasn't been studied. So that's our conundrum, but I see that. Something that we can look into.
Right. I'm seeing that now as I look at this. I'm surprised that there aren't more Superfund sites noted on the north side, so I understand that. But hazardous waste is a documented one, so I would look at that. And then also heat islands maybe could be considered. What else was I going to? I guess my last question was around undeveloped parks. Why is it that we would need different criteria? I mean, aside from the fact that we would be removing the category regarding asset considerations. So the lists that I shared with you this evening is the ranking of those parks under our existing criteria. Because in the park asset criteria, we have no way to give them any scores. So they essentially zero out, which means that there are some that pop to the top if they're in certain parts of town, and the rest sit all the way at the bottom. So the only way to have them sort of sprinkle throughout and also to be invested in strategically, because for the record, I don't think we should be investing primarily in random triangles all over the place, regardless of where they are. I think we need to be targeted in that investment. And so we may need different metrics to do that because we can't get there with our existing kind of asset metrics because they don't have assets. So that's why.
Thank you. Mm-hmm. Thank you, Commissioner Cogill. Commissioner Meyer.
Can you walk through how the status quo is for population and how that's scored?
Yeah, President Bourne, Commissioner Meyer, there are, and I don't have the exact numbers in front of me, but what we have is 3 population density tiers, so persons per square mile. And if a neighborhood has a certain number of persons per square mile, let's say 10,000, then if the neighborhood is more dense than that, then the park in that neighborhood would get like a 2, right? And then if it's between 10 and 5, don't quote me on these numbers, it would get a 1. And if it's below 5, it would get a 0, right? So because those numbers are hard numbers, let's say every neighborhood begins to get more dense. You'll have more and more in that top tier over time, and fewer in the bottom tier. So what we feel like we need is a little bit more of a sliding scale, so that you're differentiating between those in the most dense areas and the least dense areas, but that those differentiations can slide with the overall density of the city. So right now there's a locked-in number, and I think over time it's going to skew that metric.
So I guess my question is, why did we use tiers in the first place instead of a more precise number that correlated, exactly with the population? Because my concern is, a lot of the new density is happening in some of the neighborhoods that are already densest, right? And it makes sense to me that they should get proportionally more and not be capped out. So I think I would support changing that, but to a different direction than what you suggested, and try to make it more precise. I was also curious, how often do you adjust those numbers? And do you use the American Community Survey, or how do you determine it?
President Bourne, Commissioner Kogel, Commissioner Meyer, Commissioner Meyer, the question that you had asked a moment ago about why was it done this way in the first place, and I can only respond to that is that we built the first equity metric for a CIP in the nation, and we had to do something, and this was what was picked. And that's also why we do an annual evaluation, is to question that every year. And so that's why I'm questioning the density metric, for what it's worth. We do recalculate all of this data every year. And for any of the population demographics, we use the most recent American Community Survey numbers, and that often is updated annually. So we've got, last year we had 2016 ones, and we'll have new ones this year, so that's what we go by. Certainly would be excited to entertain another way of recognizing density. If you had thoughts on what we should be prioritizing in terms of park development, then I could certainly work to craft something. But I'd love to hear if you have additional thoughts on that or guidance on what we should be doing around density.
I would just make it more precise, like free, and like instead of having even numbers like 1, 2, 3, it should be like a proportionate amount of the city's population or something. For the undeveloped parks for areas that don't have a park at all, like that was the North Loop example that you gave, right? So like with something like the Grand Round's missing link, how would that be factored in there? Like for something that we're asking for bonding money for example, would you like have that whole area designated and say like we need to fund a proportion of this?
President Bourne, Commissioner Meyer, the missing link is a regional facility, and under our regional equity metrics, we actually already do something like this, where the two regional parks that are not yet complete, which is Missing Link and Above the Falls, we dedicate 25% of the regional capital money each year to some combination of those two parks. So that's already being done. Something similar to the neighborhood undeveloped parks metric that I'm proposing is already being done at the regional scale for those two particular parks. And written into that ordinance are parameters for completion. So the Missing Link has a description of when we would consider that complete and move it into the main list. But for another undeveloped park like North Loop or Ed Solomon or Russell Triangle, we would bring them into the list and then score them against each other, not against the developed parks. They would have their own list.
And then for environmental justice, I'm very interested in that and seeing the data that we get. One thing I don't want to see happen is for us to like inadvertently be nudging kids to be in areas that have the highest air pollution, right? So like if you're developing the parks that have that, like that might drive us to, you know, develop more parks close to highways or something. It would make the most sense to me if that money was somehow being used for remediation, if it was cleaning up pollution from the soil or planting trees or something like that. I'm not sure if we can, you know, do that or not. But I just want to make sure we don't have any inadvertent effects of you know, pushing more people toward the pollution by doing that. That's all I had.
Thank you, Commissioner Meyer, Commissioner Forney.
I'm not sure I have a lot of comments because this is heavy stuff, and I so appreciate the direction you're going with it in analyzing, reanalyzing, that type of stuff. So I support the comments that colleagues have indicated. It has always concerned me. How did Commissioner Colgan? Housing stability. That's always concerned me, and how we can offset and avoid, you know, displacement, you know, of our residents as we do improve things. So that's a real high priority for me. I don't even know if this is the right things to be on radars, but we've had so much path erosion because of the high water tables and stuff like that. How does that fit into the CIP?
Sure. President Bourne, Commissioner Forney, there's two ways that works into the CIP. Many of those trails are in the regional parks, so that's where the most impact of that is. So there's two things that happen there. We do have one metric, again, that we update each year based on staff assessments, which is the trail quality. And trails in regional parks are the most used facility. They're often a stand-in for the quality of all the other facilities. So by ranking them, we do kind of capture that most used, most loved facility. So this year, we will, as we do each year, we'll be looking at the trail condition in various parks to see if it has degraded from past years or has improved because we've done capital investment. And then those parks that have more degraded trails will get a higher score. So more likelihood of getting a capital project in the near future. So that's one way. The other way is we have the rehabilitation funds. Some of those are regional, and so we look to spend those funds where there is an immediate need. So not having to wait for those trails to come 5 years on into the CIP, but doing repairs in the near future. There's actually a work group that has just convened under Cliff Swenson. It's an interdepartmental work group that's looking at a more formalized way of spending those regional park rehabilitation dollars, similar to what we're doing in the neighborhood park rehabilitation dollars, where there's generation of lists and prioritization of need. We're looking at that in the regional system now too. There's some funding that needs to be spent from some recent years, and then we need to go forward with that. So that's how those trail projects would fit into the CIP.
Well, thank you. And so you just made me think of a couple others. Mm-hmm. What is it called? The Marshall Street abandoned building or whatever. Does that fit into any of these categories?
President Bourne, Commissioner Forney, you're talking about the 720 Marshall.
Thank you. Yes.
Yep. So that building sits within Above the Falls Regional Park.
Okay.
And so work there would be eligible for funding that comes to that park, as well as the possibility of partnerships, which I know have been discussed to some degree at this board level. But we don't have a specific CIP project for that building, but we do put money under the CIP to Above the Falls every year, pretty much, under that equity metric, because it is one of the undeveloped regional parks.
So then I'll ask you the other question.
Yep.
The refectory?
The
no longer refectory?
You're referring to the Bidema-Casca refectory. President Bourne, Commissioner Forney, I think there's still a lot of really open questions about that, and I don't know how that's going to integrate into the CIP or into future planning processes. I think we're still having those discussions internally, and I just don't have a lot to share on that front at this time.
That's a curious one. Thank you. I know, excellent work, but like I say, my head is still spinning about it, and I thank you for keep thinking on it yourself.
Thank you, Commissioner Forney. Are there any other questions or comments? I'll just add, I'll reiterate some very similar comments I made in our last presentations about undeveloped land for neighborhood parks. It's completely fine for me right now, given our funding environment, that undeveloped neighborhood parks remain at the bottom of the list and can't be scored. One of the things that concerns me with and just the back of the envelope numbers that you just gave is that if we move $1 million over, that's one less neighborhood park that people already rely on today that's going to get rehabbed in a timely manner to implement a new project, which will have to go through another planning process, which just goes down the line. And my overarching concern with that is our neighborhood capital dollars. We made promises to folks with the NPP 20 that this is going to fix what we have that is broken. Like, we prepared documents with broken windows, with rotted wood on roofs, and said we're going to take your money and fix that, and we're not going to build new things. That's board said it, staff said it, political groups that were advocating for NPP 20 said that. And so what I'm nervous about with expediting undeveloped parks with those dollars is it doesn't feel honest to the folks that, it doesn't feel honest to me, to the folks that supported us in our work to start closing our gap on our neighborhood maintenance and our deferred maintenance. So I would have a very, very difficult time even entertaining putting an amended ordinance on one of my agendas that takes that in my eyes breaks that promise to folks. I think it's a very important conversation. But even with our maintenance dollars, there is still a gap, and we still aren't funding our developed parks to the level that we need. And we were very clear with the community and when we were getting NPP 20 passed. And in the years since NPP 20 has passed, nothing has happened but prices have gone up on every project, like across the board. And so that's the one consistent thing. So we're even falling short of those promises. I have something in Lindale Farmstead right now that is tens of thousands of dollars over budget. And the neighborhood is going to have to make some very hard decisions there. So I'm just really very leery, and I think this is the third time I've said this to this board. If we can convey around a message that the park board, that NPP 20 was only one step and we're still in a deficit, and if we can rally around this board as a unanimous message that we are still underfunded, I'm very interested in then having that conversation for undeveloped parks. But I think we made a promise to folks to take care of what we had, and I don't want to say just kidding to the public and start pulling some of those funds towards undeveloped spaces. So I don't need a response. I don't need a response. I think we've had that exchange a couple of times. But I do appreciate the work, and I do appreciate the thoughtfulness of making sure that our metrics are still relevant every year. And I appreciate I appreciate a lot of the other changes that you're looking at that might be time to change. But I feel very strongly about that undeveloped parks question. So thank you, Mr. Arvidsson. Seeing no further discussion, I will move on to petitions and communications, starting with Commissioner Severson.
Pass.
Commissioner Forney.
Thank you, President Bourne. went to Greater and Greener with a lot of staff and commissioners here, and it, to me, is always an amazing conference to go to, and a real thrill to be able to be there. I took the workshops that explored, or they showed us what they were doing on the Platte River. And for anybody who's been to Denver and everything, the Platte River is not the Mississippi River. But I took a lot of, what do you call it, how-tos, how they have been doing things that hopefully, we can bring back and utilize here for activating the Mississippi. So that was fun and enjoyable and educational. The thing that to me was, the two things that probably were the biggest takeaways is the keynote speaker and a panel afterwards was about biodiversity. And that to me, I've had conversation with the superintendent about how changing the narrative to biodiversity so fits, with our park system. And anyway, so many ways that I hope that we can implement, the takeaway that I had from it, and hopefully other members who did go on that. But it speaks to, it gives a lens to view climate change, and that is so applicable to us. So that was very, very helpful. And then funding. To me, I always grow in learning how our private support is so additive to our park system. I saw a lot of different ways of how they acknowledge donors in the parks, their recognition if they've donated to us. And anyway, hopefully we can share, and I don't know, maybe that'd be nice to have a debriefing, which we say, of those of us who did go. Anyway, I want to thank, the system for sending me. When I came back, I did see the article in the Star Tribune regarding the refectory, and several people have reached out to me with some concerns about that. We have a master plan that's in place there, and I agree that I would love to speed up the process, but it really gives me a lot of pause and concern that how important our community process is in this. None of us enjoyed having the 35W bridge go down, but they have to follow governmental process on how that went, and we have the same thing. And so those are hurdles for us, but they are also opportunities, and I hope that we will keep that in mind. A lot of community members have said that they're concerned that maybe they will be left out of that conversation. I took up the opportunity to go and see the X Games with the tour with City of Skate. It's an amazing, what should we say, new and different opportunities for all ages to be doing sports, and that to me was a wonderful opportunity. Commissioner Meyer and I went on a tour of below Father Hennepin Bluff Park with Cordelia Pearson, and a real eye-opener, and how we can possibly get some activation of that area. We're talking so strongly about how do we utilize the lock, potentially utilize the lock and dam. To me, there's already a wonderful, beautiful amenity that's right on the riverbanks that I agree that we should be activating more. And then I've had the opportunity to go out to several real estate companies with our senior planner, Colleen Odell, about the Southwest Service Area Master Plan. And people are real interested in what we're doing, and so I appreciate having staff available to share that message. That's all I have to say.
Thank you, Commissioner Forney. Commissioner French.
I also went to the Greater Greener Conference in Denver. Got a chance to go out to Red Rock and do a tour, and my legs were burning for like 3 or 4 days because it's a lot of walking and a lot of climbing. I was in communication with superintendent about actually, and I want to encourage my fellow park commissioners to figure out a day to go hang out at a community center. And just, I want to call it, I don't know what, we don't have a fancy name for it, but just maybe commissioner at the desk day or something, where we just go hang out with people who work the front desk at certain community centers. And I would encourage, I know it's kind of instinctual for commissioners that represent districts to do it in their districts, but I really want to encourage folks to actually go outside of their district and just go hang out at a park. Just hang out and see what the kids are doing, see what the staff are doing, and just see what it's like, and see what it means to the kids who come to those parks every day. And you'll see that it's a nice neighborhood. It's a family. I don't know. I started off working at Central, and I worked at a few different parks, and the best way to learn a neighborhood and the best way to know what's going on in that neighborhood is to hang out at the park. So I want to encourage my fellow park commissioners. Superintendent Bengora will be reaching out to you guys, and I really want to encourage this guy to you guys. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner French. Commissioner Kogel?
Thank you, President Bourne. I attended Greater and Greeter, had a great time, and the one thing I wanted to highlight was a fantastic presentation that a few folks I know that Deputy Superintendent Ringgold also attended, was a presentation about housing affordability around Parkland, and was very interested in some work being done in Los Angeles around land trust models adjacent to parks. And I know that there is some discussion right now at the Humphrey School looking at those models. And so in the larger discussion around investing in public space and maintaining affordability around our beautiful park assets, I am interested in learning more and continuing that conversation, and thinking about how the park board can be a partner in ensuring that our investments are well used by the most vulnerable of our community members, and folks that deserve to stay in the housing and the neighborhoods in which they live. I would also, I want to mention a couple other things. Franklin Steel Park, really appreciate getting the splash pad activated again, and all the work that's been done there. This summer has seen a substantial increase in some drug-related issues at the park, and just the above and beyond response by staff on a variety of these issues to address some of the concerns there has been really appreciated. There's another meeting that we're holding on the 13th regarding with the neighborhood association regarding some of these problems, and look forward to continuing that work. And I am also going to give an update on my planning commission post as it pertains to park issues. As a couple of commissioners have pointed it out, I thought I would try to do that as best as I could. There have been a couple of meetings since our last, a couple of planning commission or committee of the whole meetings since our last meeting, and two highlights that I would mention regarding committee of the whole so that folks are aware. There is a project, North Loop Green Phase 2, which is just across the street from the Twins Stadium and the Target Field Station. That includes a new park asset, which is greatly needed in that space. It is an early part of the discussion regarding what that design is. It's probably going to come back to committee of the whole. Any commissioners who are interested in learning more and giving me input on what they'd like to see there are welcome to. You can find the initial plans online at the city's website. What's exciting about this is that they do have a space, and I think that the developer is looking to work with Green Minneapolis on developing the activation for that space. So just want to mention that. There is also a project adjacent to Elliott Park put together by North Central University that is a complete redo of their academic commons. So if you have any comments about that, please do let me know. And otherwise, I don't have any other park adjacent questions or park adjacent developments that have come forward to highlight.
Thank you, Commissioner Cogill. Commissioner Meyer.
Thank you. I attended the North Loop Neighborhood Association where they were talking about the first of the two projects that you brought up, but I'm excited about the park space that would provide. Also attended the St. Anthony Falls Heritage Board, did a tour of the A-Mill, and with Commissioner Forney did the tour of Father Hennepin Park, which is where the potential tunnel that could connect the A-Mill to Father Hennepin Park could be built, which would provide ADA access to the lower part of it. So I'm excited to see people working hard on that. 3 events to invite other commissioners to. Tomorrow is the groundbreaking for the Survivors Memorial at 10 a.m. at Boom Island Park. August 15th is the ribbon cutting for the pool at Logan Park at 5:30 p.m. And on Monday, August 12th at 5:30, there will be the slow roll tour around the Upper Harbor Terminal, so you can bike around the area. That was another committee. Attended the first of the Upper Harbor Terminal meetings for the park board. Mostly introductory, getting to know what their role is and all the other participants. But I think we're off to a good start on that.
Thank you, Commissioner Meyer. Commissioner Vita.
Thank you, President Bourne. I went on a ride-along last Saturday with Sergeant Katie Cannon. Again, she showed me a great time. We did a citywide ride-along, so we visited almost every area. I just want to say that our park police are doing a great job. You know, they are really present. We visited parks where some of the police were known by young people by their first names, which made me feel really good that they're out engaging with the people who are using the parks. We had several serious calls, a little bit of action on that ride along. One of the things that, we fear the most are people climbing the falls, and of course we got calls that there were people behind the falls at Minneapolis. And we get there and there's young people posing for social media photos. Everyone's scared. The crowd thinks they're stuck up there, so people are in huge panic. But again, Sergeant Cannon, she just handled it with so much grace and did a great job at encouraging them to get down on their own, so I didn't have to climb back there. As a participant, you want to do what the park police are doing. So I was happy that they came down on their own. Also, Park Police and Park Patrol were out for the Aquatennial fireworks, did a great job at managing the crowds, making sure that the streets got cleared as soon as possible after the fireworks ended. Again, I'm proud of the work that's happening with our park police, and I hope that things stay the same. Another thing is I went to Greater and Greener, but as I was getting off the plane, I got a call saying that someone was rescued out of Hidden Beach, and 2 of my neighbors, they're teenagers, they're lifeguards, and they so happened to be at Hidden Beach that day. I just want to say that Sarah Chillow is doing a really good job at training young people. These young people are so confident and they're making critical decisions. I'm just not sure at 16 to 18 years old, I would have been able to jump in, save a man who's having a heart attack at Hidden Beach. I was told by park police and by bystanders that the lifeguards there did a really good job at managing the situation, making sure people got out, making sure that everyone, park police, staff, EMT, everyone worked as a team. So again, I really appreciate the work around teaching these young people confidence, how to make critical decisions, how to build relationships. And it's one of the things I think that young people need just to become successful adults. Those are just a few of the things you need to become successful adults. So I appreciate the training that they receive. I went to the North Commons reopening, and again, a lot of young people there excited to be lifeguards, happy about the pool opening. So those are the things I really do look forward to. I went to Greater and Greener also, got to spend some time with staff. Jeremy and I went to a great session together about funding urban parks and sustaining green urban parks. I also went through an obstacle course in Genesee Park. I don't know why I signed up for this, but it was, it was quite hard. It was a really good physical conference, which I liked a lot, but it was maybe too much for one weekend. We did an obstacle course at Genesee Park where there was like tree climbing and all this stuff that I don't know why. I mean, I thought I was going to watch bison do something. The name was a little tricky. I did see bison, but I was doing all the climbing. But I came back and met with Michael right away and said, we need this at Fort Snelling. It's really around strength building and trust with they bring young people out there. One of the things I talked about last year was having some urban camping, teaching kids life skills in our parks. So I would love to do like a one-night, overnight camping trip in our parks, and this is something that they offered. They showed us groups of kids who were staying out overnight in the Genesee Park. So that was a great conference. I would encourage others to go. I went a couple years ago here in Minneapolis, but not as a Parks Commissioner, so I looked forward to going again. And then just one last thing, thanks to Radius, she had a presentation around our equity plan at Greater and Greener, and it was absolutely fantastic. She represented us well. Thank you again, Radius, for that presentation.
Thank you, Commissioner Vita. I missed everybody at Greener and Greener. Just a couple of things. I've been meeting a few times. I think Commissioner Forney has as well, with a coalition of neighborhood groups around Lake Harriet, around improving maintenance around the lake through the use of volunteers. And it started me thinking of something that we did a number of years ago called the the district councils, where our maintenance staff had regularly occurring meetings with neighborhood groups from the surrounding service districts. That might be a good way to manage. That might be a really good way to manage like a lot of competing communication that's coming in from a lot of different neighborhood groups that have a lot of folks that are wanting to contribute. That starts to be kind of hard to manage so many of those requests at once, and maybe just looking at channeling some of that energy into a more structured way for our staff to interact with neighborhood groups that they can then rely on, and then we have some. I think that might just alleviate some of. I think that just might alleviate and streamline some workloads for our staff, and so I'd encourage us to look at that. And as superintendent, I can talk to you offline about. And you probably remember what those service councils were. I've had some requests from several of our bargaining units that a commissioner come and at least sit in on some of the labor management committee meetings that we're having. I'm considering that request. I don't have an issue if a commissioner sits in, but just a very clear piece that our management is the management. But I think it might be helpful to have to hear that request from our bargaining units. One of my report backs with the Board of Estimate and Taxation, we're days away from posting the part-time staff position. It's a part-time staff position for the BET at about 20 to 25 hours a week at about $60,000 to $65,000 a year. So if there's anybody looking for what's probably a pretty sweet gig, that'll be posted. that'll be posted pretty soon. So I don't want to lose any of our finance staff to the BET, but if we had, I think that 20 to 25 hour a week job exceeds the median income for a full-time employee at the park board. So keep an eye out for that. the superintendent, Assistant Superintendent Schroeder, Commissioner Cogill, and I have been having some conversations with the Minneapolis Foundation. They are excited to work with us on the rebuilding of the concession area at Bidet McCoska. We're looking at bringing forward a framework of an agreement to have them help us with some philanthropic dollars and some of the engagement around that sometime either our second cycle in August or early September. Commissioner, I want to thank Commissioner Cogill for also kind of pushing for some of the urgency around creating at least an interim use plan. I'd like to see an interim use plan over the winter come before the board in August or September, so we can start looking at how we will activate that space in the interim. I lived and worked a few blocks away from the 35W bridge, and I know that I know we have processes, but I know when we have a disaster, we need to turn around as quickly as we can. And so that is, there are a lot of resources that our organization can and should bring to bear to move quickly in the face of disaster. The mayor has offered his assistance with contracting if we are having difficulties with getting contractors being able to secure work, that there might be some collective city and park board projects that we can that we may be able to reallocate to at least make sure that that space is activated until something is rebuilt. So the mayor is interested in having those conversations as well. I will recess the full board to go to the Administration and Finance Committee meeting because there are a few items that need to come forward to the full board tonight.
Time being 8:56, I would like to call to order the Administration and Finance Committee. Will the Secretary please take the roll?
Commissioner French.
Here.
Commissioner Severson.
Present.
Vice Chair Cogill.
Present.
Chair Vita.
Here.
You have a quorum.
I would ask for a motion of approval of the agenda.
So moved.
All those in favor of approval of the agenda, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Approval, I would ask for a motion for approval of the agenda.
So moved.
Approval of the minutes? The minutes?
I mean, the minutes, I'm sorry.
I'll move.
The minutes.
Approve the minutes of Wednesday, July 17th, 2019.
All those in favor of approval, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstention? Okay, we have the first action item.
I'll move Resolution 2019-292, a resolution amending ordinances PB 2-34 and PB 10-25 of the Minneapolis Park and Recreation Board Code of Ordinances to correct typographical errors.
Any discussion?
No.
Sure. All those in favor of Resolution 2019-292, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? The motion passes.
I'll move Resolution 2019-293, a resolution repealing specific ordinances of the Minneapolis Park and Recreation Board Code of Ordinances that are superseded by Minnesota state law.
Any discussion? Commissioner Cogill.
Thank you, Chair Vita.
Hold on, I'm gonna have
Okay.
Ms. Alana Mosley come up, please. Thank you.
Great. Hello, Alana. My question is, I guess, adjacent really to this, which is, so these two things have come forward. I guess I'm wondering when, or if this takes up the majority or all of the evaluated ordinances that are going to be changed, or why we're not seeing also the rest of the potential ordinance changes tonight, and when that would happen.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Chair Vita, Commissioner Cogill. Many of the other revisions and such to ordinances also have to go through like community engagement, which is why more weren't brought through this round. I don't know if there's something else.
Chair Vita, Commissioners. So the next round we will likely bring forward is actually those that repeal and replace with policy. So we have a little bit of extra work to do with those in order to make sure they're ready for presentation. as Alana has said, we're just double checking to make sure there isn't additional community engagement. So the next group you will see is really the repeal and in place of an administrative or a park rule, and then from there we will start getting into prioritizing the ones that will likely need additional work around community input and other aspects of it.
I see. And the additional work around community input, is that triggered by a specific policy? And if so, which policy is that?
Our community engagement policy.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Let me also say one thing is that it is very typical that a jurisdiction, once they have an approved comprehensive plan, does a complete review of all of their ordinances and changes them based on new direction that comes through the comprehensive plan. So we're also looking at which topics are likely to be addressed, because remember, this is phase one. This was an initial phase that we're hitting some of the key ones, and then we will anticipate additional phases of the ordinance review. So we anticipate that the comprehensive plan will likely touch on several categories of work, especially around, say, parkways and some of the bikeway rules as well. So there might be some that we wait until that engagement is done so that we can change all of those as a block with that. But we're evaluating that right now to see how. It would be a little weird to go out and change it and then ask for community input and then ask for community input again. So we're trying to sequence those together.
I see. Okay, thank you.
Any further discussion? All those in favor of Resolution 2019-293, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? The motion passes.
I'll have somebody else move this.
I'd like to move Resolution 2019-294, a resolution awarding a construction contract to Thomas & Sons Construction Incorporated in the amount of $1,063,263.85 for the Parade Park parking lot reconstruction per event ID number Minneapolis 400, pending approval by City of Minneapolis Procurement Division and Civil Rights Department, and authorizing administrative use of a 10% construction continuous up to $106,326.39 for necessary construction change orders that may arise with the contract, and approving of allocations of up to $165,000 from enterprise funds balance.
Any discussion? Cliff, Mr. Swenson, can you please come up? Thank you.
Hello, I have.
Commissioner Severson's first.
Oh, all right, sorry.
Commissioner
Thank you,
All
Chair
right.
Vito.
My bad. Go for it, bro.
Thank you, Commissioner Cowgill.
Oh,
Has this project started?
Chair Vita, Commissioner Severson, no, this is just, you're approving just the contract. Construction wouldn't, if approval tonight, wouldn't start till it's fall.
There's a reason I'm asking that question, and I'll come to it later. When is the start date that you guys are thinking about, if we approve this today?
Commissioner Severson, construction would begin sometime in the fall. So we don't, because we don't have a contract yet with the contractor, we can't ask for schedules and things like that. So it would be sometime this fall.
Okay, thanks.
Commissioner Coghill, your turn.
All right, thank you, Chair Vita. I guess my question is a broader question, which is, right now we're going through this engagement process regarding Parade and perhaps, well, regarding the entire Southwest Service area, but there are a variety of discussion points regarding all the site that is around Parade that would be substantially changing that site configuration, and perhaps some of those are 10 years out, but perhaps they're not. And I'm wondering if that is a consideration. I would be concerned about investing over $1 million in a reconstruction of pavement if we were to substantially change that site within a relatively foreseeable future.
Chair Vita, Commissioner Coghill, You're right, the master plans have not been approved yet for a parade. We've got a parking lot there that's considerably beyond failure. So we have worked really diligently over the last 2 years to try to put together funding with finance, with our park board finance staff, enterprise staff, to put together a parking lot design that meets stormwater requirements. It's a good design, so we're proceeding with that, not knowing what the future holds for parade, knowing that we've got a resource there that's failed and we're trying to get it back into use.
I see. Okay. I'm wondering, I don't have it off the top of my head, but what is the feasibility that there's the potential for us to reconstruct that space based upon potential guidance from the master plan within 3 to 5 years? Is that kind of a pipe dream that shouldn't even be considered? I mean, I guess one of my bigger concerns is that we're taking dollars from what I understand to be enterprise dollars substantially, and a good amount of our enterprise reserve dollars for this.
Chair Vitak, Commissioner Coghill, those are really good questions. I do know, looking at some of the designs that are coming forward, a portion of that parking lot is going to stay intact. At least as some of the options that I have seen. The stormwater improvements, the BMPs that we're putting in place, they could be reused. So yeah, there may be a reconfiguration, but there's a significant at least from my viewpoint, there's a portion of this lot that will stay in place. But Assistant Superintendent Michael Schroeder may have some other thoughts.
Okay.
Chair Vitak, Commissioner Coghill, you asked what's the likelihood that we would put funding towards this in a neighborhood park in 3 to 5 years. It's 0 right now because it's not in the CIP.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Any further discussion? All those in favor of Resolution 2019-294, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed, abstentions? The motion passes.
I'll move Resolution 2019-295, a resolution approving maintenance agreement with Minnehaha Creek Watershed District regarding the obligation by the Minneapolis Park and Recreation Board to maintain wetland buffer at Lake Nokomis associated with the Shoreline Enhancements Project.
Any discussion? All those in favor of Resolution 2019-295, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed, abstentions? The motion passes.
I move Resolution 2019-296, resolution authorizing an agreement for cost share operations and maintenance of a sidewalk between the City of Minneapolis and the Minneapolis Park and Recreation Board in North Commons Park.
Any discussion? Commissioner Severson?
Thank you, Chair Vitak. Can somebody tell me if this project has already started?
Thank you, Mr. Swenson.
Chair Vitak, Commissioner Severson, no, we're in the approval process here. So we would not start work until the board authorizes this agreement.
So the reason I ask is because there's construction happening on sidewalks. And I was just confused because the City of Minneapolis is currently doing the construction along 16th Avenue and Morgan Avenue. So is this a different project?
Let's see. Commissioner Severson, so the City of Minneapolis may be doing sidewalk work, but they, to my knowledge, have not begun the work in North Commons. That would be completed by city crews.
All right. We may want to check into this. I think this is the project, and that's why I asked, did they start this project before we agreed on this resolution?
Commissioner Severson, those are good points. We'll verify with city staff tomorrow.
Okay, thanks.
Any further discussion? All those in favor of Resolution 2019-296, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? The motion passes.
I'd like to move the board adopt the resolution 2019-297, captioned as follows. Resolution 2019-297, a resolution authorizing execution of an environmental covenant and easement between Minnesota Pollution Control Agency and the Minneapolis Park and Recreation Board, executed pursuant to the Uniform Environmental Covenants Act Minnesota Statute CH-114F. In connection with the environmental response approval by the Minnesota Pollution Control Agency for the 2016 Boston Field Park site improvement and related to the terms and conditions of the environmental covenant.
I just want to make a correction. Commissioner French said statute CH-114F, but it's 114E.
Sorry.
No problem. We just want to make sure that's on record, that's the right statute. Any discussion? All those in favor of Resolution 2019-297, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed, abstentions? The motion passes.
I'll move Resolution 2019-298, a resolution approving maintenance agreement with Minnehaha Creek Watershed District regarding the obligation by the Minneapolis Park and Recreation Board to maintain stormwater facilities at 5200 Newton Avenue South as part of the Morgan Avenue Tennis Courts project.
Any discussion?
I'm sort of interested in learning a little bit more about this. So my understanding then is that are the stormwater facilities being now maintained by the park board or by
We're going to ask Mr.
MWMO?
Guzman to come up, please, for questions. Thank you. Commissioner Cogill.
Thank you, Chair Vito.
Chair Vita, Commissioner Cogill. So basically, a lot of times when we do projects in watershed districts and we do any sort of a B&P improvement, this is kind of just that standard ask that there is an agreement in place for annual maintenance. And so as part of the NPDS, National Pollutant Discharge Permit, there's this agreement that City of Minneapolis and the Park Board are co-permittees under that MS4 permit. And so as part of that, it's just kind of that standard requirement that we acknowledge that between Park Board and the City of Minneapolis that there will be somebody doing that annual maintenance or inspection is whatever's required for that.
And who is that somebody? That's in the contract, depends on the issue?
My understanding is that environmental management is kind of the overseer of that and is the one that kind of initiates who is kind of the responsible party to go out there and take care of that.
And that's consistently the case in any of these agreements?
That is correct.
Thank you.
Any further discussion? All those in favor of Resolution 2019-298, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed, abstentions? The motion passes. I would ask for a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
All those in favor of adjournment, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? We are adjourned. Thank you.
I'm reconvening the August 7th regular meeting of the Minneapolis Park Board. Chair Vita.
I'd like to move Resolution 2019-295, a resolution approving maintenance agreement with the Minnehaha Creek Watershed District regarding the obligation by the Minneapolis Park and Recreation Board to maintain wetland buffer at Lake Nokomis associated with the Shoreline Enhancements Project.
It's been moved. Is there a second?
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion on 2019-295? Seeing none. I'm sorry. Seeing one very meaningful. Commissioner Meyer.
I just want to reiterate, make a request that when staff requests that items come directly from committee to the board, that they let commissioners know, because I didn't know this was going to happen. I do try to read, everything that comes before us, and I'm not on the admin committee, so I skipped that one. And so I didn't get a chance to read any of the 3 items that are coming tonight. I'm going to, trust the other commissioners and go ahead and vote for them. But in the future, I really want to be given notice that I need to read things. So Superintendent Bangor, please inform us next time. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Meyer. I think staff does their best, but I would also, and I'll try to do a better job too, but I would echo that. I would echo those comments. I think we can be doing a better job there, and we will continue to try. Seeing no further discussion on 295, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, abstentions, 2019-295 carries. Chair Vita.
I would like to move Resolution 2019-296, a resolution authorizing an agreement for cost share, operations, and maintenance of a sidewalk between the City of Minneapolis and the Minneapolis Park and Recreation Board in North Commons Park.
297 has been moved. Is there a second?
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Any discussion on 297? Seeing none, I would ask the secretary.
I believe that Chair Vita just read 296.
Oh, did?
Is that correct? Am I wrong?
Yes, 296.
Yeah, it's the easement. It's the one right below that.
Okay.
If you could give 290.
Oh.
297 is.
Oh,
what's
I'm
on it.
sorry.
No, that's okay.
Okay, I
Thank
read
you
that.
for-
Okay. Yes, thank you. A resolution authorizing execution of an environmental covenant and easement between the Minnesota Pollution Control Agency and Minneapolis Park and Recreation Board, executed pursuant to the Uniform Environmental Covenants Act, Minnesota Statute CH 114E, in connection with an environmental response approved by the Minnesota Pollution Control Agency for the 2016 Boston Field Park site improvements and related to the terms and conditions of the environmental covenant.
It's been moved and seconded. Seeing no discussion, I would ask the secretary to take a roll on 2019-297.
Commissioner Meyer,
Aye.
Commissioner Severson,
Aye.
Commissioner Kogel,
Aye.
Commissioner Forney,
Aye.
Commissioner French,
Aye.
Commissioner Vita,
Aye.
President Bourne.
Aye.
You have 7 ayes, 2 absent.
Motion carries. Chair Vita for 298.
I would like to move Resolution 2019-298, a resolution approving maintenance agreement with the Minnehaha Creek Watershed District regarding the obligation by the Minneapolis Park and Recreation Board to maintain stormwater facilities at 5200 Newton Avenue South as a part of the Morgan Avenue Tennis Court projects.
It's been moved. Is there a second?
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Any discussion on 298? Seeing none, all those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, abstentions, the motion carries. I would entertain a motion to adjourn the regular meeting.
So moved.
It's been moved. Is there a second?
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. All those in favor of adjournment, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, abstentions, the regular meeting is adjourned. Chair Forney, you can reconvene your committee.
I'd like to reconvene the planning committee. And it seems to me that we had approved the agenda, and we are minutes, Patty. So we'll take a motion for Resolution 2019-289, if somebody would.
I would like to move Resolution 2019-289, a resolution approving the 2019 Above the Falls Regional Park Master Plan.
This has been asked to delay this, but I guess the question we have is whether or not we would like to have a discussion on the presentation and, of course, the public hearing, or if you'd like to delay that to when it's going to be represented. Commissioner Meyer.
Seeing as it's 9:18, I would think that unless people have burning discussion that can't wait until we pick it up again, I would say that we should table this.
Is everybody in agreement with that?
Yes.
See nods of
So
heads.
move to
Okay,
table then?
Thank you.
Commissioner Forney, can I just ask a really brief question? Are there staff that might otherwise not be here on an evening that waited until 9:15, or is it staff that would probably be here on another night anyway?
Well, Kate is left. She's the staff person that oversees this.
Michael, you're here all the time.
Chair Forney, President Bourne, and to respond to the suggestion of Commissioner Meyer, the reason we're asking for this to be delayed is because there were significant comments made tonight, and we believe those comments are also being conveyed to the city, and we are meeting with the city imminently, not tonight, but very soon, to talk about what some of those changes might be, and they could be substantive in terms of how this impacts on what's happening in Above the Falls, and particularly at Upper Harbor Terminal. So in terms of messages that could be conveyed, we'll be in a much better position in a few weeks to be able to give you direction on how this might apply.
Okay, so we will be delaying that action and as well the discussion to no later than October 2nd. So I'll take a motion for the resolution Do I have to do any other action?
Are we tabling? I mean, I think we should table it, so I moved to table the previous one.
Okay.
Chair Forney, Commissioners, may I suggest you move to postpone versus table, because if you table it, we can't notice it.
Right.
It has to come to the meeting and actually be noticed. So that would be my request.
Great, I'll take a motion then to postpone Resolution 2019-289.
So moved.
Okay, all those in favor of that postponement, please.
Aye.
Aye.
Control.
Okay, it's getting late, people. That's pretty obvious, okay. All those in favor, okay, I think we've done that. Nays, abstentions. Okay, we'll move on then to the next resolution. If somebody would read that for me, please.
I'd like to move Resolution 2019-290, a resolution granting temporary access and construction easements to Ryan Companies U.S. Inc. and Arcadia on the River LLC at 1101 West River Parkway in the Central Mississippi Riverfront Regional Park.
Anybody have, Commissioner Meyer, you do have questions? Okay, sorry, go ahead.
First, I just wanted to note that I am happy this project moved forward without the curb cut that they requested on our parkway. So I think that's something to keep in mind in the future when people make requests and base them off purported safety issues. They were apparently clearly able to do this without that curb cut. That said, I'm happy that the project is happening and that it's going to come with some benefits as they redo the sidewalk on the area. They're going to be expanding the sidewalk to 6 feet, in which, at that kind of area is really important because on the other side, the sidewalk is pretty narrow for pedestrians. My question, I talked to Assistant Superintendent Schroeder earlier today about this, about moving the stop sign from 13th Avenue to 11th, and I understand that's going to be part of our request. I wanted to know, could we also ask for the developer to build a bump out at that intersection?
Commissioner Meyer and Chair Forney, I don't know if we can ask the developer to be doing other work within the public right-of-way, but we can certainly be looking at how we could work with the city of Minneapolis when we work with them to request the relocation of the stop sign. There might be other improvements we can make at that intersection, particularly because of the level of pedestrian traffic crossing at 11th that I think we commonly see every day. So we would try to align the two actions together as we talk with the city staff.
So I guess I'm not following. What's the reason that a bump out couldn't be allowed? Because it's part of the right of way?
Well,
I guess in the whole sidewalk part of it?
Chair Forney, Commissioner Meyer, you asked if the developer could build it. I don't know if the developer would be allowed to construct something within the public right of way like that.
But they are allowed to complete the sidewalk?
We are granting them permission to build in our parkway. I don't know if we look at configuring the intersection, what portions of that intersection would require reconstruction within our parkway versus at 11th Street.
Okay. That's all.
Commissioner Cogill?
Thank you, Chair Forney. My question is regarding the agreement and remediation. Like, what's the timeline that they're expected to, once they're done with the space, bring it back to its quality? And are there additional plantings that are happening? Is that within the plan?
Chair Forney and Commissioner Cogill. In the information that was provided, there is the fee calculation sheet, and that has the dates of the easements. I also have people here from Ryan Companies that might be able to answer a little further, but the dates for the temporary easements somewhat explain the timelines for their completion of use of the easement areas, but in terms of the actual construction, I'll have to defer to them.
Welcome and sorry for the late hour.
No problem, no worries. Good evening, Chad Lockwood, Senior Civil Engineer with Ryan Companies. So, Commissioner Cogill, the question was regarding sidewalk installation?
Just around the timeline of once you're done with the easement, how fast you expect to turn it back to its original condition, and if there are any planting opportunities for improvements that are, I don't know if they're within the site plan or if they're additional to.
Sure, so just, I guess in general context, the request we have tonight pertains to the easements that we would need to construct the project. The sidewalk timeline would occur within that timeframe. It's my understanding that'll be handled with construction permits and so on with the park board. With the sidewalk, we will have restoration for turf establishment, tree plantings, things like that. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, it does. Thank you.
Other questions? Okay, thank you. All those in favor then of the motion, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Yeah, okay, following the next resolution, will you please read that?
I'll move Resolution 2019-291, a resolution approving encroachment permit for use of 68 square feet of land in front of the subject property at 2323 East Lake of the Isles Parkway, encroaching upon parkland at East Lake of the Isles Parkway within Minneapolis Chain of Lakes Regional Park, and collecting appropriate fees associated with this encroachment.
Any questions people have? Seeing no lights and everything, all in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
That's an encroachment permit, so do we need a roll call? Okay, thank you. Opposed? Abstentions? Okay. And then we had moved to raise from the table Resolution 2019-283. A resolution approving, because I'm sure most people don't have it, resolution approving the charge and slack of a community advisory committee for Parks for All, the Minneapolis Park and Recreation Board 2021 Comprehensive Plan. Any discussion? Oh, I'm sorry.
Can I actually move to table this? And let me know if I'm under order. I was coming back from the lavatory, and I had some confusion on what resolution we're working on. Asked Commissioner Bourne, told me I looked it up. Communicated with Commissioner Vita a little bit, so I'm just not ready for this. So I'm hoping we can move to table this for a later time.
Being it's not a discussable item and everything, all those in favor of tabling the resolution, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
I'm not sure how many, we had some confusion last time, so I just want to make sure. Why don't we do a roll call on that? Sorry.
Commissioner Severson.
Aye.
Commissioner Meyer.
Aye.
Commissioner Vita.
No.
Vice Chair Cogill.
Aye.
Okay, it looks like tabling has passed.
Chair Forney.
Oh, thank you. No.
You have 3 ayes, 2 nays.
Okay. Being that there is no discussion on this, I guess I would look for direction from somebody and everything, because staff was prepared to address the concerns that were brought up at the last meeting. And I'm not sure what we are seeking in the tabling. So I'd appreciate if somebody could share that with me. Commissioner Meyer.
Thank you. So I'd like to, reiterate what I said before, that I think we should make a change so that motions to table and previous questions should be debatable, because I wish we had the discussion first. But I also think that, if we have some kind of rule against, doing notice for tabling, I think we should change that, because the reason I voted for it today is because we didn't have a notice on it, and it wasn't on the agenda, and some people weren't prepared for it. I think that when a commissioner wants to untable something, they should give notice somehow, make a If it has to be, you know, an email, you can do that. You can email everybody, and that email can be listed in the PNCs in the agenda or something. But people should get notice one way or the other.
Any other comments on that? Then I will comment, and I will indicate that my plan is to have it on the agenda to raise it from the table at the next Planning Commission meeting. Because from what I understand, staff has not heard any other requests than what was indicated at the meeting, and they were prepared to address those things tonight. So I will advise them to put that on the agenda if that's what's requested, to raise it from the table. With that, I will take a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstention? We are adjourned.